Welcome all alive to my nest. I have someone very special with me. Sorry, one more time, Nowhere, you were muted. I'm sorry.
No problem. Hello, my freaky darlings. How are you doing?
Hooray! This will be my first time, dual streaming two gameplays on at once, so, forgive me if there's any technical difficulties, but I think I worked it out. Pocket Cow and I were in here playing around with the settings, making sure I knew what I was doing.
Yeah, and I also appreciate these preparations, especially my avatar twitching when I speak.
Yes, he's looking all fancy for the occasion.
And I'll just adjust the volume and...
Oh, yes.
Here we go.
Hold on. Yeah. One second, please, Nowhere. I gotta... Hold on, I'm getting a buzzing. I just gotta change the settings on your... Just 1 second. Okay, can you talk still? Or did I mute you? I did, I muted you. Shoot, hold on. I'm trying to figure out how to mute your game without muting you, because I'm getting the game sound twice. Yeah, I forgot to consider the fact that we're playing the same game, so the sound's gonna be all echoey. See, even when you prepare, there's always something that you forget to fix. Yeah. Why can't I thought that I muted. How do I get your... Start talking? That's so strange. It switches your voice sound to... I can no longer adjust your voice sound in your voice. It has to be in the stream sound. Yeah. Dang it, even when I think I tested everything. I always forget something. No, because we don't usually have to, usually only I have to do footage. Oh. Wait, your buzzing stopped. Nope, it's back. What's happening here? Ah, I see. Why is it buzzing like that? Strange. When you switch to the game, does the buzzing stop? Like when you're not on the Discord part? Oh. No, it's constant. It's just from the mic, I think. Go ahead. No, yeah, you're fine now. I don't know why the sound is... Oh, it's coming from your microphone a little bit, but not too much. Okay, I think we're okay now. Well, it was an adventure. Okay, go ahead. You're unmuted now. Sorry about that, Nowhere.
No worries at all. So, I would like you to wish you a happy birthday. It's a special day for you.
Thank you.
And I wish you to find a balance between your work, your relations, and your hobby. And if you have already done that, to keep it.
Oh, thank you. That's really nice. I am definitely working on trying to find that balance. I have not found it yet. Alright.
I think we can start.
Yes. Okay, I've got my... Oh, switch to gameplay. There we go. I was gonna say, hey, capture my gameplay, OPS. Yes, new game. I know that I need friends game, it's okay. We've got that part worked out. Okay, here we go. Welcome to Rusty Lake.
A place where memories are captured in little cubes.
Hold on. Whoa, wait. Why do I have a widget in front of your face? There we go. Haha. You are here together. You both have a choice between the past and the future. Make sure you don't make the same choice. I'm gonna start past.
Previously, I'm picking the future this time around.
You chose the past. Did the other person choose the future? Yes.
Yep.
I love the loaded.
Yeah, go on.
I love that it asks me a perfectly normal question, and then it asks you a really loaded question.
They basically click no. It is very important that you cooperate.
Aw, man.
I suggest picking up the bee first.
Sounds good to
And then we
me.
switch, we pick up the butterfly.
No, B sounds good.
Yeah.
I've always wondered about the bee, because of course, the butterfly is already meaningful in the story. But this was kind of the first time we saw a bee. I guess they just needed a second guy. And a butterfly and moth would be too similar.
Well, how I'm seeing all this, both insects are tied to Albert's backstory. He was catching a butterfly, but he was stung by bees.
That's true as well, yeah. The beehive kind of started him on his villain path. Well, to be fair, being raised where your siblings get milk and water and you get wine actually probably started him on his villain arc. Blatant favorism.
Personally, I wouldn't take it that much at face value. I believe each of them had their share of water and even wine. I believe it was a common practice to put children to sleep. But in the game's context, I agree that it's some kind of foreshadowing.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it just sort of represents the kind of favoritism of, like, the oldest son was the favorite, which was not uncommon.
Not sure,
especially
because
yeah, push forward. Let's make some memories.
I wouldn't mind getting some wine.
Right?
Actually, I'm joking. I'm constantly sober.
All right, shall we make some memories?
Yeah, let's go.
The past, chapter 1.
Oh, so good to be back. So, we'll start.
Yeah, a little bit of buzzing, unfortunately, is just from... No, I hear the buzzing. There's some buzzing from Nowhere's mic.
You think?
Yeah.
I believe I can lower the settings. Voice in the video. Output volume. I hope it's better that way.
Yeah, actually, I don't hear it. It's only when you're on some of your windows, and I don't know why.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe my audio card isn't powerful enough, but it sounds ridiculous.
It's definitely, it's electronic buzzing, so it almost sounds like, bad input, except that it's only when you're clicked into the game, so I think it's...
Some interference.
Yeah, some kind of interference, for sure.
Weird, because I'm not sure where it would come from.
Yeah, it's not...
if it's physical.
Yeah, it's not in our... It wasn't in our practice, it wasn't like obviously it's not normally it's not your actual microphone because you record all the time and you don't get it. So I have no idea why it's doing it. Something about our Discord stream. We've done something weird.
Okay, maybe we'll start reading our things. Not sure who shall start in chronological order or a logical order. Or, I don't know.
Well, you go ahead because I think you don't.
Okay,
You
okay.
need my letter once you get to the date.
Okay, yeah. Sounds fair. So, welcome to Cubicle Device 018F. This cubicle device holds a memory that contains the room or the person in the past. Press enter to continue. So I have a nice image of a cubicle device and some feminine silhouette in a box. Well, we already know what all that means, but for dramatic effects, why not? You are about to establish a connection with the person in the past. Warning: any interaction may affect the room inside this device. To verify access, please submit the year of memory.
Elysian, yeah, I do think it's coming from his screen capture. But it's tied. I can't separately mute his screen capture from his voice chat as far as I can tell.
Actually, my screen capture doesn't record me. Doesn't record my mic. It records only the game and my
Yeah.
system sounds.
But for some reason, it's also recording your mic as an interference. I don't know why not. I have, like, when I pull up the screen capture, if I try and mute the stream volume or anything like that, it mutes his mic as well. Like, watch. Here, I've
Yeah,
muted the
yeah,
stream capture.
yeah.
Oh.
Mm.
Wait.
Really?
It worked this time. I can hear you.
Wow.
What? We tried that at the beginning. What?
I can't confirm anything because I wasn't looking.
Well, fine then. Prove me a liar. Okay. Don't worry about it, guys. We fixed it, and it wasn't confusing at all, because I definitely didn't already try that or anything.
Okay, so would you please read your letter?
Alright. My dear daughter Rose, if you find this letter, I'm no longer part of this world. Although there is hope. Over the last couple of months, I have been working on a device to establish contact with a trustworthy person in the future. Be aware the room you are in now may be affected by this person. Please open this box first and await further instructions. Your loving father, Albert.
Actually,
All right.
quite a hit.
Rusty
Just a
Lake.
few months.
Rusty Lake, January 1926. I'm gonna turn down the game volume a little bit because nowhere's a bit
Access
quiet.
granted. Please communicate the following information to the person in the past. So you basically need to press squares. The first one, the third one. Well, all the well, how to efficiently describe it. Well,
Start
just
from the top
click
row.
the first one. Wait, the top row. The
Okay.
first and the third one.
First and third.
The second row, the middle one,
Middle.
and first and third again in the last one.
I have a box of matches.
Iconic.
In the iconic colors.
Please confirm that the person in the past opened the box.
Confirmed.
Pretty much yes.
Okay.
And now I have a pixel buzzing on my screen. And it's a giant bee. Giant pixelated bee, and I have matches too. I need to remember that there were only 3 matches in the future.
I guess I used some of them up because my box is pretty full.
Not sure the same box.
No, I know. I'm being a smartass. I know it can't be the same box.
Okay. Well, technically it's a viable theory considering that we get them simultaneously. So, firmware verification required to continue. Please activate input panel P17 and submit correct painting sequence.
All right.
There I go.
Man, I love. This is where our theories slightly differ because of the way my room is like more cartoony, and obviously like this is the way the game looks in general. But because yours looks more I don't want to say realistic, but kind of realistic. And because everything you do on the outside of your box affects me in here, I always feel like right now I'm playing a cube version of me, and you're playing the real version of you in the future. And then when we switch forms, I'm playing the version of me that was affecting the cubes. And you're playing the cube version of you.
And I found some Z fighting in the images I have.
So top left, you got a house.
Okay. Then?
Top right, you have a bee.
Shoot. Yeah, here's the bee.
Bottom left, you have a crow.
My favorite bird.
Yes, my favorite bird before a bunch of my crow collection stuff I had long before I got into the series. And then uh and then it just worked out to be stuff for my Rusty Lake collection.
Mm-hmm.
And then bottom right is Rose and Albert.
So
Aw, look how cute she is.
I got some symbols for you.
Perfect. Let's see where I put them. I got a clock.
Also, when we make a break or something, do you mind placing Percival next to me?
Actually, yeah, Percival's camera is next to you. He's just left to go do his morning routine.
Okay.
Because this is usual. Usually, I'm not streaming at this point.
Okay. So,
oh, I found where I put the symbols.
It's an upside down cross.
Okay.
Sounds like Satanism to me.
The sound effect for changing the color, changing the symbols in this sounds like when you're eating in Minecraft.
Maybe. The second symbol is, I'll call it a crosshair.
Crosshair. Oh, yep.
Then the symbol for a hanged man in the roots.
The hanged man. Oh, there it is.
And the final symbol, I call it a box because it was on the white door box.
Oh, the white door box?
With 2 smaller squares in the bottom.
The one that looks like a table, right? Yep. Oh, there we go. I have coal.
Someone was naughty on Christmas. And I have a rat.
Alright. I love that guy. Oh, well, my room is filling up with smoke. So.
Family access acquired. Communicate symbol sequence. Warning. The room inside this device may suffer from overheating. Use 3 sliders to adjust smoke gas discharge. So basically I need to open ventilation for you.
Yes, thank you.
Can you please name me the bars I need to.
The top one
Um,
is on the far left. The middle one is on the far
uh,
right.
far right.
And the last one is second from the left.
Second from the left. It's from the left. And I've got a battery. And I've got a time for you.
Oh, thank you.
1:15.
Whoop. 15. Phew, I can breathe. Oh, in case anybody didn't pick this up, this wallpaper might look familiar to you. This is one of the rooms in the Vanderboom house. So we are currently, basically Rose, this is taking place right after the chess game in Roots. We already saw at other points in the game that they have just kind of private wakes at their house for their dead family members. We see that with James and that. So this is clearly just Rose having a wake for her dad at their house. Back when he died. Now it's windy in here.
Actually, when I first played Roots, I believed James was supposed to be the protagonist.
Yeah.
With, all that speech in the beginning, his life is about to change. He didn't expect that, something like that, and boom, he died.
yeah. They build him up, and then you're just like, oh, well, bye, I guess. All right, I've got a note for
Okay.
you. It says, "Dear Rose, wear the mask yourself." Or I guess for me.
Okay. And ventilation system activated. Communicate time. Unlock lens. Use 3 lens switches to peek inside the room of the person in the past.
It's me. I'm gonna put on Dad's mask. And now it's all spooky.
Yeah, and at the time, I think I'll use the word disprove my primary assumption that the weather changes in Roots when Albert was wearing these masks for the first time. I was pretty sure it was his madness, considering the final mask, the moon mask, where he's with a green.
Yeah. I mean, Roots is very strange that way, where I'm never sure how much should be literal in Roots. So like, in particular, Frank's father, I should say, is a perfect example of, in this universe there is magic. So it's technically possible that Frank was just conceived via magic. But I've also always considered that the flower could just be representing somebody who's not important. Like, she spent a night with somebody, and it doesn't matter who, and they don't give you the character simply because they want to try and keep it simple with only the characters that matter. So it's like, okay, should we...
A fellow theorist called it deflowering.
Exactly. Like, Emma is deflowered by somebody, and it's not relevant to the story who Frank's father is, it's just somebody who doesn't stay in their life. So the flower could very easily represent that, and I kind of lean it probably does, but at the same time, this is a universe where weird stuff and magic is real, so I guess it's possible that she just sort of was hanging out in her garden one day and was like, whoa, hey, I'm pregnant. It's not really where
I
where I lean, but it's possible, I guess.
Yeah, it's possible. I think I could rationalize it further, assuming that it was not only Albert who got the knowledge of William and Aldous, but also Emma in some ways, like the botanical side of alchemy.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
it's purely speculative.
Yeah, yeah. And definitely Albert, the most of the triplets, was connected to sort of the magic, I guess you could say, in their family line or in their blood. But obviously, all three of them have that in them. Like, have some connection to sort of the spiritual world or the magical world. Uh, whoops.
So I have three switches I need to put in the right positions.
So put the pointing arrow on the pointing left at like 9 o'clock if it was a clock. The dot
Mhm.
at 6, and the cross at 3.
At three. So I see a door, or rather the door at at this point. There are three pictures highlighted. The lake with the mountain,
Mountain,
the tree, and the
tree,
cube.
and the cube. Oop. All right, I've got 3 new symbols for you, or symbol locations, I should say. Same symbols. All right, the arrow is now at 10 o'clock. The cross is at 1. And the dot is at 7.
7. So now it's a butterfly and a knife. Actually symbolic.
Yep. And that's another perfect example of, okay, is it symbolism or is it literal? The butterfly in Roots, when he stabs it, bleeds an awful lot for a butterfly. So I've always wondered if that just represents, once again, it's showing a butterfly because it doesn't want to kind of make the game too busy with a bunch of different characters that don't matter. So he sacrifices somebody innocent. It doesn't really matter who, but somebody, anybody. And the butterfly just represents this innocent person that he sacrificed. Or is it literally a butterfly? Because once again, in this universe, animals and bugs and stuff kind of have more power to them than necessarily in our world. So like I would believe either way. Like both of them seem almost equally plausible to me.
I have a third option,
Mm.
which doesn't necessarily contradict anything you said, any option you mentioned already. That he symbolically sacrificed his innocence
Yeah,
because
his
the
own
butterfly
innocence.
in the previous chapter was the object of his,
Yeah,
I don't know. Well,
childlike
he watched the
desire.
butterfly as a child.
Yeah.
It was pretty, yeah, innocent.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's the object of his childlike desire. Exactly, yeah. For sure. I do think that, yeah, it definitely represents that from a storytelling perspective, but I've always wondered whether, like, is this an actual butterfly or is this like a person that just
Yeah,
represented by the butterfly? And it could be either, honestly.
yeah.
And I think the whole point is that it doesn't matter which, and that's why it's a butterfly, is because it doesn't. He sacrificed something innocent, and it's kind of irrelevant what. Um,
I think the connection between his childhood and
yeah,
that scene is important. At least,
yes,
yeah, from the narrative point of view.
yeah, which is
But
why it
aside from
is a
that, it could be
butterfly.
anything.
Yeah. So our dot is now at 8 o'clock.
Dot is at 8 o'clock.
The arrow is at 11.
11.
And the cross is at 4.
So
Yeah.
now it's the butterfly, the mountains, the cube, and the knife.
Whose birthday is It's my birthday, Owl! And it's Rusty Lake's birthday! It was quite delightful for me to realize I share a birthday week with Rusty Lake. Alright. Your dot is now at 12.
Dot is at 12.
Your arrow is at 3. And your cross is at 9.
And now I'm seeing Rose wearing Albert's mask, a true hair.
It's me! And I can peek through to see you. I just peeked through your little peek hole that you were peeking at me on the other side of the door from.
I think it's one of the reasons why I love the Pass Within so much.
Yeah.
It's not only a co-op game, it's a genuine connection.
Yes.
Without establishing a physical one, I mean, by internet, by true multiplayer.
Yeah. You don't need... And the fact that you don't need internet to play it means that... I mean, obviously right now we do because we're streaming and all that, but it makes it more accessible. Like, you don't need a good computer or anything. You can just keep it really simple, or one person can play on their phone and one person can play on a computer. It makes it really accessible.
Yeah. I have a message. Visual contact with the person in the past achieved. Flip the 6 switches to the correct position. Insert floppy disk.
And now I can see my own cubicle device. And I have a mask here, or paper here, I meant to say. It's telling me to put blood, tooth, and ear, or rather, blood, flesh, and bone. And then where I get blood, flesh, and bone off of Albert. And then the positions for your switches. So you're starting from top left, up.
It's already there. It's basically all in up positions.
Okay, so then your middle one from that one is down. And then on the bottom row, all 3 are down. Jerry's birthday.
And it's yellow.
It is. It's always Jerry's birthday. Whenever he wants it to be.
Loading extraction program. I love how they emulate the sounds of an old computer.
But yeah. Definitely brings me back.
I believe I've had one in my very, very early childhood. It was very slow when I revisited it later.
Oh, yes. That's definitely one thing from my childhood I'm okay with leaving behind. New computers are nice.
Yeah. So, I had a sequence of a coffin and the name tag, or I don't know how to call it, the sign with Albert's name with letters flickering. So you are looking for an L in Albert.
L?
Actually, I noticed that these I don't know, ghastly voice, this ghastly whisper actually pronounces the letters.
Oh. Yeah, I thought I heard something. I'm like, what was that? I'll have to hear it. I'll have to listen carefully.
So then we have V in Vanderbloom.
Ooh, yeah. Spooky.
A. ER and the first O.
Ooh. Well,
Please answer validation question after coffin is opened. What is closest to the heart of Albert van der Boom?
hello, dead dad. Alright, so we are in the B timeline, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I Ida, but with a V at the end instead. So ADAV. And I believe
Ida
Vanderbloom. Yeah. Now I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it has been a hot minute since I played it. In the butterfly timeline, so in the innocence timeline, the thing closest to him is Rose, yes?
Yeah, but I don't read too much into this because in the future he has another picture of Rose in his suit.
Yeah. Again, I don't think that like I think it's two different, not two different timelines, but just two different sides of him, I guess. And I think it's intentional that they put the in the B side of him, they emphasized his kind of creepy love for his brother's wife, but in the butterfly side of him, they emphasized his love for his daughter. But definitely both are true. He definitely loves Rose and Ida.
Actually, your idea of marking the insects with some emotions is pretty interesting. Never thought about that. The person in the past places the altar key and obtains three substances: bone,
Yes.
flesh, and blood. Select instructions.
Whoop. Well, I can do the bone.
Okay, the bone. Unlocking hatch.
And I have a mouth opener, so I guess I'm gonna go put this in my dead dad's mouth, which is. Ugh. This.
Yeah, that's exhalation.
The exhalation. Even though I know that, like, obviously I can't, like, feel or smell anything in a video game, it gets such a visceral reaction out of me. I'm always like, ugh.
Yeah, I love hate this episode too. This scene. It's so disgusting, but it's so much Rusty Lake.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
Yeah, it's creepy and cool,
Well,
but also kind of gross.
Well, I think I have already told you. My Rusty Lake journey started with the minced hand being digested by a dog and then made it to a potion.
Yep. Yep. You're like, whoa, yeah. My first one was hotel, I think. So mine started with feeding a boar a shit sandwich. I'm like, oh boy.
Yeah. All three are alike. So I have a button, the fifth one on the top. Click on
Fifth? 1, 2, 5. Alright. Second one on the bottom.
Second one on the bottom. The third one on top.
Okay, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth one on the bottom.
So the third from the left on top.
From the left? Or from the right?
Ah, from the right. I'm speaking nonsense.
Okay. I was just like, the one from the left is already pushed.
It's definitely already clicked.
Alright, the far right on the top.
Far right on the top. The fourth at the bottom.
Fourth, 1, 2, 3. The third from the right on the bottom. And we have a question from Dimensional. Do we have any thoughts about the original Pass Within project, the Albert game?
Sorry, I wasn't really listening. Can you repeat it, please?
Do we have any thoughts about the original, the Past Within project, the Albert game?
I think I do have. I did have some thoughts. Not sure if they are correct. Uh, but it seemed about. It seems more like paradox to me that you have a cube, you do some puzzles, and you grant and you gain access to the insides of the cube, and you go deeper into the memory, and you see another, let's suppose, another room, or maybe the same one with some changes, and there's another cube, and
Mm.
you have some different puzzles to solve, and you go deeper. That was based on what actually Alessian saw in on at Gamescom 2019, I believe.
Right. Yeah, so kind of a paradox, Albert's version of a paradox. I suppose it would be basically the same part of the story, like after he died and sort of his cubes. But from kind of from within instead of without. Like from the outside, from Rose.
I actually made some predictions,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yep.
that's a cool. I'm not sure. Maybe based on that, I invented a cool concept for a game. Not sure how. Well, maybe it wouldn't work narratively, or it would be hard to make it work. But basically, a story told backwards with
Yes, yeah.
potentially multiple protagonists for each level.
It's a good video.
One per level.
I like that one. But I'm pretty happy with what they landed on just because it's so unique and it's such a good way for them to connect the community. Because if you didn't know about the community really yet, and you get this game and it directs you to the Discord and it says like, hey, here's a place you can connect with people who like this series.
Yeah, I actually remember how many new people came to the server.
Yeah. Thank you for the question,
The last
Dimensional.
tooth. The final tooth. The sixth, the sixth one on the top.
Alright, I got it. And the final tooth for you is the bottom left.
And the hatch is closed.
And I believe there's one of the secrets for the achievements is in his teeth, but heck if I can remember what.
Yeah. Basically, I would already get one.
Mm.
Specifically thanks to the final tooth.
Yes, yeah.
For you, it's already over. You just pick it up and you can leave without naming
Telling the final tooth,
one.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Could miss it.
In you go,
But actually,
tooth.
I was a bit disappointed with the achievement of the Past Within. They are mostly pretty basic.
Yeah, they're to be. It would be hard for them to make them too complicated if you have to rely on somebody else, though. I guess is why they probably made them simpler. But yeah, the game is maybe my favorite, or one of my top favorites. But the achievements are definitely some of the least interesting of the achievements. But the game itself makes up for it by being super cool.
Yeah.
All right, tooth is in. I think you have to give me new instructions.
Okay, I'm confirming getting the tooth. So we have flesh and blood.
I open anything else, so I don't know if there's an order I'm supposed to. I guess I can light my candles now. I keep forgetting to do that. Oh, I'm still missing a candle. Never mind. I think we can do blood now?
Okay. Blood it is. Another hatch. Do I have a printer with X, Y, Z and 1, 2, 3?
Alright. 2. So 2Y3.
Are you sure? I have only 3 letters and 3 digits.
I have 2Y3 Z1X.
I misheard it. 2Y3
Z1X.
Z1X. There is a message in the eye of the crow.
Makes sense.
And I believe you are about to commit a heinous act.
Aww. Aww. Well, at least I just peeled the picture off from the frame. I didn't tear the picture or anything, so I can put it back. Alright.
Appreciate it.
Y3X.
Y3X.
1 Z or Z2.
No worry, I can be
Canadian about it.
I've been learning British in English school, so but I can adjust. Don't worry. I can understand you.
Actually, it's when I play with European friends, they'll understand when I say Z instead of Z. When I play with American friends, they'll just be completely thrown for a loop. It's so funny. They're like, "What are you saying?" I'm like, it's just another, it's not that complicated."
There is a message in your own reflection.
Hello. Oh.
Yeah, I think it's one of my favorite parts. It's so reminiscent of Roots, but it's made better this time.
All right. 312.
312.
ZYX.
ZYX. Now I have the plan of the room.
Okay.
So next to the table, well, basically it's pointing at the box. It's pointing at the box.
Sure.
Where you used to have coal.
Yeah. Tear it up. Here.
And as I'm looking at it, I actually realized that the room inside is not a perfect cube. It has an extension where the altar is present.
That's true. I hadn't really thought about that. That puts a hole in my theory, doesn't it?
Maybe not really, because oh, that depends. Can you elaborate a bit?
Well, that I'm in a cube right now, because I'm inside. I can see your eye looking in the box, so I'm inside the box right now.
Yeah, technically, yes, you are.
And then when we switch so I'm in the cube. And then when we switch art styles, you're in the cube, and you can see me looking in the box.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just that the art styles represent whether we're in the cube or in the real world. And I say real world, like, quote unquote, they're all kind of real in different ways, but
see that as some kind of portals between
Yeah,
the outer cube shell and the room inside,
yeah. I think we.
the world inside. So you need to place a hole somewhere.
Oh, I have a new. I got distracted
Yeah.
by our conversation. I have a spoon, and I have a new code for you. XZY
Yep.
312. Oh.
1, 2.
I need to stop sitting on my feet. My poor feet.
Eat your hot soup, and you will find a gift.
Perfect. Let's heat up our soup. Boy, I sure wish my soup would heat up that fast in real life.
Well, if you have a microwave oven, that would take, I don't know, 3 minutes. 5. It's not too long.
Well, when my partner and I make homemade soup, and we have to wait for the stove to like boil the broth down, and then here we can just put it instant.
Yeah, I see. But when I'm making homemade soup, I make it for a few days ahead.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Maybe if you, I think it makes sense because you're living together and you have to share.
No, we have a huge pot. It's like the size of me. And we make big vats of soup or spaghetti sauce, and then we freeze them in portions.
So eventually you do reheat it.
Yeah, we do reheat it. It just takes forever the first time because our pot's so big. So it takes like twice as long as it normally would. Alright, time to jab a Q-tip.
A smaller one in that case.
Yeah, but then we can't make like a month of soup at once.
Well, what I'm saying, cooking and each process has its own tool.
Yep. Dad's nose. Alright, blood acquired.
Yeah, and another disgusting moment.
I don't mind those ones. The only ones where I get really grossed out is when the characters end up having to like when you feed the boar the shit sandwich, or when you feed Frank like just a cup of piss to drink, and it's like, Rose, for the love of God, go inside and get him some water.
So I'm confirming the blood. Go to the hatch, communicate print information. It's already done. Enter. Yes, and we have only flesh left.
Ooh, the notebook. I like this one.
So I have a little slideshow, and I'm inserting the slide I found when I meddled with the ventilation.
Mm.
So let's read the backstory. When you are done with
Oh, I was just
whatever you're doing.
Messing around. Let's hear the backstory. Go ahead now here. Go ahead now here.
Hello?
Did we lose you?
I think you need to find the diary and we can proceed.
I just wanted to listen to your story.
My story of what?
Alright, I gotta...
That's the dog. That's the backstory I was referring to.
Yeah. I thought you were gonna tell me a story about your pictures first.
No.
I see now.
I think we'd better sing them.
Alright. So, first, as a child, I was attacked by bees. My siblings laughed.
So it's the right bottom square.
Right. Oop. Helps if I use my pencil and don't just poke at it with my fingers. Hold on, let's see if I can turn. I think he's as high as I can make him, guys. Yeah. I can turn
What's the
myself
second
down a
passage?
little bit so that I can turn myself up so that you guys can turn up the overall sound. There we go. We'll see if that is helpful. Alright. Ida. She left me with a broken heart.
Ida, 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 Ida. That's not Ida. The top right.
The birth of my daughter Rose was the greatest achievement
Actually,
of
I've
my
noticed.
life.
Sorry. I've just noticed that the design, or rather the redesign of Ida, is questionable too.
Is it?
Yeah.
Hold on. I might be able to go look at the picture in his pocket.
I don't know. Maybe I've got a weird perspective.
I don't
Or maybe
know.
for some reason it seems that I see too much of the whole forehead.
Yeah. Ah, well. I guess she pushed her
Okay.
hair too far back.
Yeah. Was it Rose?
Yeah, yes. Birth of my daughter Rose.
The bottom left.
Bottom left. I have been working on a cubicle device to establish a connection with the future.
Bottom right.
Oh, were you? I think you might have already had to log out when I got my package yesterday. My sister made me a Rusty Lake birthday shirt.
Hmm.
So now I've got 2 shirts with Albert on it.
That's cool.
She's getting quite good at making clothes. Now I can have merch for
So,
basically whatever I want.
did she just provided a design, or did she do more?
She uses a thing to like cut vinyl
Hmm.
and then she attaches it to the shirt.
That's actually cool.
Yeah. So she has to like design it onto the vinyl and then cut the vinyl and then like apply it properly. So like the first few ones she did, obviously they like started peeling off or they were out of practice, but now they're all like really nice quality. I know
I
that
see
when
a
I
business
lose,
opportunity.
yeah, business opportunity. I know that when I lose a game of chess, my first life will end.
So it's the top left.
Hi, Percival.
And it's fun. It's interesting because the chess are different. The pieces are
It's
the
not
parts have
the
been related rather than the Potato King and
yeah the
the
potato
normal
king.
Black Knight.
Hi,
Yeah.
Percival. Hi.
Cats are good.
Are you gonna go to your spot? When you do, I'll put you up beside nowhere. My dark soul will live on to the future, waiting for resurrection.
The Dark Soul is the top right.
Alright, book is accomplished.
Yay.
Hi, baby. Percival, I can't see the screen. Thank you. Sorry, I had a tail in my face. Alright. Scalpel.
Quite understandable.
Ear. Give me that. Thank you.
Thankfully, he's not sleeping on the keyboard. They'll have to do that.
Yep. And ear. I have a piece of
And
paper.
I'm confirming the ear. And I'm confirming everything. Please confirm that the person in the past obtained 3 substances. I confirm. The past obtained 3 substances. Enter the year of the future.
My dear daughter Rose, when you read this letter, you have activated the device I have been working on. When used in the right way, it can help the person in 1984.
Our regards to Orwell.
It is your task to transfer bone, flesh, and blood into the future to initiate the resurrection process. Your loving father, Albert. I'll take that coin.
And I had a bloody tree. Insert cassette tape and communicate time. Open chessboard. Both of you complete game of chess. That was a weird game of chess. The time is 2:35.
Oh, you're listening to like a bumping sound now. Oh, now I get to hear it.
Actually, it's quite interesting how Victor Budzilar, the composer for Rust Lake since Hotel, can do so many genres. Like,
Yeah.
He made a jazz version for the Vanderbilt tune for The Past Within 2. And for The White Door, he made some disco track
Disco, yeah.
I actually like. And now it's this, I don't know how to call it, techno?
Very 80s techno, yep. Jasmine, does he actually love her, just what she can do for him? He loves her as much as he is capable. But he is a true narcissist, so he loves her because she is a part of him. But he does, as so much as he can, he does love her. Unfortunately,
Well,
that love doesn't extend.
He managed to convince Rose to work with him.
Yeah. I'm always a bit surprised that his love doesn't extend to Rose's daughter. But I guess Rose, like, he might not consider Laura Rose's daughter since she just sort of, like, she doesn't have her. She just sort of, like, appears.
My personal, I don't know, headcanon or preferred theory is that Laura was actually a biological daughter of Rose, and the tree was involved, and
the same way as like Ida and Frank.
The important detail was the clock running forward.
Yeah, you know what? That's a really good point. I hadn't really thought about that. And she always refers to Laura as
Rose
her daughter.
Spent some time inside the clock, and I believe Laura developed naturally.
Yeah.
There too.
Just incubated while she was hanging out inside a clock.
Yeah.
That makes sense, actually. Well then, what the hell, Albert? Albert, treat your granddaughter better.
I have another answer about his attitude to his granddaughter, because Maybe he knows that Laura used to be William, who basically
Mm.
manipulated all of them.
That's true, yeah. And even though that's not Laura's fault, he's still going to blame her because
He's
yeah,
Albert.
because he's Albert. All right. Please move the White Peace King Albert to A6.
Ace too early here. The black one goes to E5.
All right. White to A3.
A3. E1.
Black to E1. White to F3.
F3. And the black one moved to C3.
C3. White to D1.
And black to C6.
White to D6. Check.
And I've got another floppy disk.
And I've got another coin.
Both of you complete game of chess to obtain red floppy disk. Pretty much done.
Mouse? Oh, do you guys see a mouse on Now Here's screen?
That was a rat. That was a rat. The tail was naked.
Yep. Oh, I love rats.
Now I'm having glitches of a corrupted soul. The person in the past places coins on the eyes of the deceased. Warning, this may cause corruption of the soul. And this moment is very questionable in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this one I have a lot of questions about. Right now, my working theory, and obviously, as with all theories, until we get more evidence to give me something better, that it's more that he had a corrupted soul stuck in him, and the coins were because the coins are like the payment to Charon, right? So it's a pathway almost. It just let the corrupted soul out is the only is what I'm kind of working with. Is he was already a corrupted soul and the coins just let it out of him. Got it unstuck from the body.
I still have problems with that because
Yeah.
I think corruption, at least internal corruption, is more or less a common thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, even if 10% of the deceased become uncontrollable spirits wreaking havoc, why it's still there, the tradition of placing coins?
Yeah, yeah. I would guess it's something to do with their like how they mess around with the stuff with the lake, and most people don't, so they haven't like made that pathway properly. It's definitely not great. Woo!
I have another copium idea. Maybe Albert made some preparations to
Yeah.
ensure his coin corruption, but yeah, without evidence, I don't like it.
Well, now we have a nice spooky spook guy. Here he comes.
Power surge program initiated. The program causes a voltage spike. Channeling this energy correctly will create a new connection between the past and the future. A golden cube. Another thing I have problems with. And it's even bigger than with the coin corruption.
1 second.
And it's interesting only now a corrupted soul appeared in the resurrection tank. And it's phases in and out the reality. So it gradually appears. There's this silhouette, then the eyes start to glow, then it's completely there, and suddenly it disappears.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Originally,
whoa.
before Underground Blossom, I thought that Albert's corruption in the past somehow made him appear in the future.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Well,
since corrupted Albert technically already kidnapped Rose to work for him, I think it's about. Well, first of all, the major reason is the spoiler version,
yeah,
a big
yeah.
reveal. And to rationalize it, I think, yeah, can be pretty much invisible, like William in
Yeah.
Roots.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I assumed that his corrupted soul escaped at this point, right? So in the past, or like at this point, he turns into a corrupted soul, and then he's just kind of loose until he takes her in the future, and then she puts him in a vat.
Yeah. Okay.
This is the only thing I can think of. Oof. Hi, Dad. Just being creepy. All right.
Actually, I found it pretty funny how he crawls
Yeah.
up the pipe.
Oh. He's just creeping all over the house. All right. So your new
Actually,
vents.
I believe. Can you look closely at him while he's hiding behind the table? Because I believe his mouth is supposed to be open. It
Yeah,
was
yeah,
recently noticed.
yeah. He has a
But
TV mouth. Not when you zoom in, but when you're backed up like this. It might be hard to see for you guys on stream, but like with my big screen, if I like
yeah,
look at it,
it's already pretty dark in the room. But
yeah,
so I never noticed that before until someone shared uh, a overexposed screenshot.
yeah, yeah. He's got I can see it on my screen pretty well if I kind of look at it at a slight angle. But he's got like yeah, TV mouth. this the stringy
So I
mouth.
need to.
Oh
Can
yes,
you
I
go
need new
back to
vent for you.
the stove?
New vent for you. All right. The top one is in the middle. Middle is in the far left. Bottom is in the far right.
And I've got a fuse. That's crazy how fast they became iconic. Then six
Ah,
switches.
spooky dad is spooky. It is almost time, he says. Alright, switches
It's
next?
almost time. Yeah,
Alright,
I mean six switches. Yeah.
so the top row is down, up, down.
Mm-hmm.
And the bottom row is down, up, up.
And now the fuse. And the final thing is
If
the
you
lens.
stand closer to him, you can hear him go.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, he
I
has
think
TV
I
mouth
like
here
this.
too. You can see it a bit better. But he has open mouth here too.
Cool. I actually like these throat sounds
Mm-hmm.
the corrupted souls are making now.
It's very unnerving, and I love it. Oh, your new clock. Sorry, I was distracted by my dad being spooky. Dot. Dot is at 10. Arrow is
Yep.
at 2. And cross is at 6.
And I see Rose again. And now corrupted soul also
Woo.
growling. And he broke my lens.
That's rude. Dad, stop breaking things.
So I'm inserting the fuses. Power surge handle unlocked. Pull to finish the program. And now 3:20 for your clock.
Thank you. 3:20. Oh.
And now my cubicle device is all sparkly.
Ooh, and now I'm all sparking inside. Oh, hi. Hi, Spooky Dad. Are you going to summon a cube? We have to use this energy from 1984, he says. To create a new connection to the future. A golden cube. A golden hoi, he actually says, but, you know. And there it is. Whoop. I'll take that. Thanks, Dad. Place the hoi in the device. Alright. And then inside the cube, if you guys can see, I can faintly see the future. So I'm going to start interacting with the version of time of the future inside the box.
So both of you, press and hold the down arrow button for 10 seconds.
Okay.
Press and hold at exactly the same time.
Alright, ready?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, press. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whoa, there he goes. And now that my two versions of reality are merging. And now I am blind. The Past. Chapter 2. And
So now I'm 2D.
Yep, and I'm 3D.
So I have a to-do list, which technically wasn't visible in the 3D version. Resurrection process. Connect with my past self. Check. Execute extraction program. Check. Execute power surge program to create a golden cube. Check. Press and hold the down arrow button for 10 seconds. Check. And there are 3 unchecked things to do. Power resurrection tank. Transport bone, flesh, and blood to resurrection tank. Complete resurrection process. And communicate the following code. The code should be used on the cubicle device in the past.
Nice.
So it's basically Z1, X2, 3Y.
Z1, X2, 3Y. Whoops, I didn't read that. Well. The person in the future places the cube in C9, and I can communicate a code for you.
Okay.
I'm actually not sure whether it's the white ones, the black ones that are lit, so let's just assume it's the white ones first. So the center. So all 3 middles.
Nope, I'm trying the other way.
Okay, so yeah, it's the 2 outsides.
I had a barrage of images in the past. I believe there was a rose, a screaming corrupted soul, something to do with a corrupted soul playing chess, and I think that's it. And
Nice.
now I have a corrupted soul in the resurrection tank. I turn the switch, and I have 3 arrows for you to communicate.
I love in the 3D world that you can like see the whole room in the background. It looks really cool in this
Yeah.
art style.
And I love how it reflects the exact state of the room,
Yeah, that you left it in.
including the puzzles.
Yeah, so like the picture is pulled down so you can see the code. The fire is blue. The middle candle is melted. The pot is broken. It's really good. All right, so your switches are
The black one
no.
is 9.
Okay, whoops. Okay.
The red one is 3.
Okay.
And the white one is 6.
And now I can see inside. Whoop. And I see Old Lady Rose standing beside the vat water with corrupted Albert inside. Hi,
Yeah,
Dad.
pretty much it.
And I found a music
Hello.
key. Okay, I have do you have a radio?
I do. Actually, I wanted the achievement with Harvey.
Oh, yes, yes. Play Harvey's song.
I
So the one you don't want is 91.4, because that's the real answer. So if there's music on anything that's not 91.4, give me that one.
Oh, I found it. And I found it by the very end. So, and I have Harvey behind me. I have grown old. And,
I think you guys
yeah,
can see Harvey on now here's screen. He should be in the mirror, right?
I'm very against him returning as an Asura. It shouldn't make sense. Well, it doesn't make sense and it shouldn't happen. If it does, it's a very, very blatant retcon.
Yeah.
Some people say that, but here he is in the past within, in the mirror. It's canon. I think it's not exactly because, at least for me, or at least I hope that it's a teaser. Like, well, my I think my overused example,
Hmm.
the young Laura in the TV in Seasons,
Mm-hmm.
which is weird, doesn't apparently make sense, is a teaser for an upcoming game, and
Well,
the same logic applies here. At least it may apply here.
I think it might be a little bit closer to Mr. Rabbit's hand in Paradise.
You think?
Well, because Mr. Rabbit's hand in Paradise, the it's just an achievement, right? But that happens in the future, so like that can't be literal. Whereas in Season, I've seen the argument, and it does kind of make sense. Like those are her memories; she could remember being a child. It doesn't. It doesn't really contradict anything for her to have memories of herself as a child.
Well, maybe. My point was that it was primarily
Yeah.
a teaser.
Yeah, it doesn't serve any purpose other than just being like, hey, look what's coming. It doesn't mean anything else. Yeah, I agree with that. As far as Harvey being an Azura, for now, I think my working theory, again, until proved otherwise, is that it's showing us that because he's been an Azura before, his soul is like already enlightened. Like he has an Azura's soul because it's been one once. Like that once you have been an Azura, you are enlightened.
At least until you have your memory wiped out.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
William becoming Laura.
Yeah, yeah. But like but William never became an Azura, so that might be why William can't remember becoming Laura. Whereas like Alduis becoming Mr. Crow and Jacob becoming Mr. Owl, they can remember they have their memories of their past life, whereas William doesn't. So I think that it's showing us that Harvey remembers being an Azura and that he still has an Azura's soul, even though he's a bird now, even though he's an animal.
I think it has something to do with how you,
Oh.
let's call it, change your state.
Yes, yeah.
Because Harvey wasn't naturally reborn. It was Mr.
Mm-hmm.
Owl who deliberately resurrected him using some magic, and I think he could preserve his personality, his memories, and so far.
Yeah, yeah, and I go
Uh,
over that in the video that I'm working on that is like 95% done. That
okay, okay.
basically, yeah, where I kind of conclude the same thing. Whereas if you die and are reborn, you lose your memories, you fully you fully become a new thing. Whereas if you transform while you're alive, you kind of retain your connection to your past self. So like,
Technically, Mr. Owl was, well, Jacob. Jacob
yeah,
Highlander was dead. He
Jacob,
was burned to a crisp, but his
but he could
soul
have
was
he
saved in
could
the
have
last moment.
he could have transformed before he like we don't see him die or anything. Carolyn is the only
I,
one we see die.
well, I think flames going all around
Yeah,
him is pretty blatant.
it's pretty not good. But his soul could have transformed before he died is more what I meant.
I think it's a bit different. I think
Fair
there's
enough.
a space where a soul passes through before resurrection, before rebirth. Like,
Mhm.
yeah, as I mentioned previously, I believe some, I call it a purgatory.
Yeah.
A red place where William was taking in the sacrifices, and it's the same place where uh, Caroline took, or maybe not took, but waited
Yeah.
waited for Jacob and used her memories to make the elixir there
Yeah, in the
before his
forest.
soul could move on.
Yeah. In the Naraka.
I think it wasn't even the forest because the trees came from the memories. Like when we look into the cubes during the levels in the end of each one,
Yeah.
we have the same forest overlay, but it's not there in the ending until we deal with its memories again.
Yeah.
So I'm not
Yeah.
sure it's the Naraka.
Or if it's two different types of yeah, I see what you're saying. Hmm.
Okay,
Interesting.
enough of us mumbling.
Well, that's the whole point. All right, 91.4.
90. AGAB.
A G A B. 72.0.
72.0. Uh, CDEG.
C D E G.
And
85.3.
that's actually, I'm hearing the jazz version of the
Mm.
Vanderbilt tune.
Yes, I love that one.
It's a shame it's very short.
Yeah.
Okay, what's next?
Sorry, 85.3. You have a
And now I'm
you have a
hearing
bean can
the
sleeping next to you.
music from Villa Soul,
Ooh.
EDEC.
EDEC. 110.2. 110.2.
Baga.
Baga. And now I've got a tooth key. Ooh. And there he goes.
It's interesting how that music that plays at 110 isn't used anywhere else, and it's unique. It actually sounds good, but it's never used.
Yeah, they just made a whole awesome song for like such a short thing.
The jazz version, the 102 is at least used in the energy.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Put the key in. Come on. Hey. There we go. Okay, I have switches with like left, middle, right.
Okay.
And there's 6 of them.
Mm-hmm.
So the top is middle, then left, then right, then left, then middle, middle.
And I have a giant tooth.
Yeah, because you're in a little box now.
How the size of the matter is consumed during transportation.
Mm-hmm. Because it's proportionate to the size of the cube.
Yeah.
As opposed to the size of a tooth.
Well, I studied. Well, I've been studying at the physics faculty for 1.5 years.
Oh, dang.
And yeah, it was very hard. That's why I dropped out, or rather switched the course. But that's not the point. The point is that I have some basic understanding, and the matter shouldn't work like this.
No, definitely not.
We are using the same relatively few atoms.
Yeah.
To build something more complex as a skeleton. So, or maybe it's okay that Albert has less atoms in his body. Maybe it's not that a big deal. Maybe it's. Well, I'm certainly overthinking.
He has low bone density.
Yeah. And
he's got osteoporosis.
And also low blood pressure and
yeah.
low weight.
Yeah, very thin flesh. Yuck.
I think Manbot would totally go that way.
that makes perfect sense.
So I have some symbols on the blackboard and a sequence of letters of allies.
Okay.
X3, Z1, Y2.
X3, Z1, Y2. Ah, I have a little story. When I lay in my coffin and my eyes become white,
eyes,
my soul will turn black.
The only black image on the blackboard. How did we get there? With the only white chalk.
Black chalk. Use the cube.
Cube.
To connect to the future.
Future.
Bring me bone.
Bone.
Flesh. And blood.
And the hammer suddenly materialized.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Bumblebee. Where you going, buddy?
As I think about it, cracking one's tooth is is also painful.
Yeah, it hurts a lot. Hi, bud. Aw,
Very
he's so cute.
unsettling. I actually recall
Hi,
a
Bumblebee.
video posted by Rusty Lake from well, some highlights from sound designing
Mm.
and uh, sucking up the bone pieces was actually were originally pistachio peels.
Is it a bee or
Yeah,
a fly?
that's
It's a bee. So you can kind of see his little stripies. It's not a bumblebee because he's not. He doesn't have a fat bum. He has a long bum. It's a.
well, and it makes sense to be a bee because it's the same bee that supposedly escaped from the picture.
Yep.
So I'm adding up
Yeah, it's a pretty big bee.
skeleton.
It's a pretty big bee.
So I have another pointer sequence for you.
Okay.
Where do I start?
Uh, do red.
Okay, the red one is 9.
Okay.
9. If you get the reference.
I didn't hear you.
9?
Oh. First of all, it's you. Well, not quite.
So the next one, the white one, is 11.
11.
And the black one is 3.
Hello, spooky dad. Whoop. Skeleton acquired. And now I have a screwdriver or a nut driver. If I get another cat, I might name him Mollymock. I always seem to Talus and Jaffe's characters always seem to be my favorite ones.
Uh,
I just
I
like
pretty
his
much
style.
love. Oof. It's hard to pick the favorite ones for me.
Yeah.
Oh, Caleb,
There's so many good ones.
Jester.
Jester's so good.
Yeah. I loved the wordplay with not the brave.
Yes, Not and Caleb are such a great duo. I'm actually still watching season 2. I'm on episode 100 right now. Of 150,
Oh,
I think.
I'm stuck. I don't know on the 20th or maybe even earlier.
Ooh.
I've softly abandoned it
Mhm.
several months ago because 4 hour video each time is a bit too much for me
Yeah.
because at least now no, especially now that
Yeah.
uh, and on another note, I have a rat running around the
Aw.
room,
I love
and
rats.
it gives an achievement no way out.
Yeah, because he's stuck. Poor guy. What are we talking about? We're talking about Critical Role, which is where Percival gets his name from. Percival gets his name from campaign 1 of Critical Role. So he's Percival Frederickstein von Musolkolski de Rollo the fourth. The third in the show, but the fourth for my cat. And then here's Percy, his namesake. And then season 2 or campaign 2, the same player plays a character called Mollymuck Tea Leaf, and he's my favorite. He's my favorite one. In any other universe, Jester is maybe like the most perfect character to ever be made. And then no, Mollymuck Tea Leaf is actually a tiefling. So he's like a demon, half demon blood.
From time to time, I'm listening to D&D horror stories, and sometimes people take these characters too closer to their hearts and overdo with impersonating them.
Yeah, they miss the point. The point is to do your own crazy, like...
Actually, my stance on D&D is quite specific because I played once. It didn't last long,
Oh no.
but I love the idea. I playing on a much simpler, much simpler system, or if you even can call it.
Right, yeah. I don't usually play in the D&D system either anymore. I used to, like, I played in 3.5 when I was younger, like 9. But these days I play a lot of World of Darkness. I'm currently in a Pathfinder game. I'm running a game in the Dragon Age system. And I'm playing a game in a modern version of that same system, so it's called Modern Age. And I've played in L5R, or Legend of the Five Rings. World of Darkness is one of my favorites. It's very like folklore based.
Something like The Witcher.
Yeah. Similar kind of, but it's in like the modern world, but where like all different kind of folklores from all over the world kind of come together to make, like, it's all real but in different ways, kind of thing. It's very cool.
So I have blueprints for you with hidden compartments.
Okay.
I think actually after the first playthrough, everyone just goes for them straight to them
Yeah.
without hints. Do you want the procedure
Yeah,
to be followed?
let's do it legitimately.
Okay, side A, the one with the substances.
Substances. Okay. I was already on it.
There's one, yeah, with where you put the blood and the ear.
And it's on the
There's
side.
the one to the left.
Okay, we'll do that one
on the
first.
border.
Whoa!
Plank. And the one on the edge above the ear.
Whoa! We didn't do much predictions yesterday. Do we have any predictions for the alchemy game?
I think I have a few. I think we'll get more when the teaser stage begins.
Yeah. Do we like?
For
we're
now,
pretty
it's
sure that
more
the
like hopes and expectation.
yeah. On the 30th, we think, like, hopefully that's gonna be a game, right? That they release on the 30th.
Yeah. They have already spoiled us with Samsara Room.
Yeah.
They have to do at least that. least, because now it's the double. It's the whole decade anniversary,
Yeah.
not a meager 5 years.
Yeah, I saw the behind the scenes look on the same day. I'm like, that's not the only thing they're releasing, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I've got the same idea.
I hope.
And I don't feel like making another quick news video just for that.
No, there's not much to say on that one.
Maybe I'll do a community post, but I'm not sure many people read them. So the final gear. Uh,
Yeah.
I believe you have already used the nut driver.
Yep.
Well, you are looking for the side with the gearbox,
Okay.
and it's to the
Oh.
left on the high side.
Oh, surprise. I didn't even know those were there.
Wow.
Turning the gears. Oh. Hello, Voodoo Doll.
And I have another old computer. Press down button when the person in the past found missing gears in hidden compartments. Pretty much, yeah.
Yep.
Now
I
I
love that
have
it's so silly
a
that I
sticky.
have to. It's so silly that I have to use the. It's so funny to me that I have to use the gears inside the box to reach this voodoo doll, which was just hanging barely above my head. I could reach it in the other version.
Yeah,
It's the only thing in on the box that for some reason doesn't affect something on the box.
yeah. That's that's actually one of the reasons why you shouldn't take these games too literally,
Yeah.
because there's a lot of gameplay
Yeah, it's just gameplay. It's not.
and contrivances.
It's still just a puzzle game at the end of the day, so it's just gotta have to have fun puzzles.
Yeah.
Woo! There he goes. What are you, full of
So
cement? Why are you so heavy?
we are looking for a hook, an
Got it?
ear, and three rulers.
Uh, hook.
I believe
Ooh.
there is a handle next to the ear.
Oh, yes. Okay, I've got my levers. Ooh, I hear my bumblebee. Hi, buddy.
I think it's actually time to catch it into the cubicle device. Because it's canon, because the bee will appear in my world.
Hi, buddy. Please go on the that.
And I like how even an insect, let's call it that, or even the butterbee, how I call them
The butterbee.
collectively. Yeah, butterbee. How even the butterbee can get into the key via cubicle device.
Yep. Alright, do you have my levers for me?
The first one is the second from the bottom. The first one is on top, and the third one is in the middle.
In the middle. Okay, I've got some arrows for you. Dimensional makes a good point. The wording on their post is fun. We're pulling back the curtain on the most unpredictable role with an exclusive cinematic event, and he points out that they used kind of more theatrical imagery there for pulling back the curtain.
I hope they're still doing a theater.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, they still. It's hard to find the right wording about expectations and the reality in their
Yeah, yeah.
relationship.
Yeah, you want to try, like, you want to get excited, but you also, if you hype it up too much, sometimes you end up disappointed, and then you can't just appreciate the fun thing you got.
Mm, I was just looking for a word to describe. Uh, so basically, I've seen we've seen already somehow related to a theater.
Yeah.
The curtains on the New Year and the masks recently MVK.
Yeah.
So and now they're mentioning the curtains again, and if you are impartial, if you are objective, you can just think, just shove away the idea or find arguments against it that the curtain on the New Year image is the curtain they are pulling up for
Yeah.
their behind the scenes stuff.
Right.
They are wording.
Yeah, it could
But
be.
I think the masks don't fit just that. So I still hope they. Well, yeah, I think I found the way to phrase it correctly. I still hope they're doing the theater.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the arrows, please.
So left,
Left,
up, up,
up,
down,
down,
left,
left,
up.
up.
Where you going, Percy?
Economic code. And now I have a checkered grid with a hook and a code for you, Y3, X1, Z2.
Y3, X1. Alright. And I've got maze instructions for you.
Okay.
Where do you start?
Top left.
Top left. Okay. So I'll just guide you through then. Right, right, right.
Mhm.
Down, down, down.
Mm-hmm.
Right, right.
Mm-hmm.
Up, up.
Yep.
Right. Down,
Affirmative.
down.
I got the first one.
Alright. Up, up. Left. Down, down. Left, left. Up, up. Left. Down, 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 down.
Yeah.
Right, right, right.
Right, right, right.
Down.
Down,
Right.
right,
Up, up.
up, up. The second one is cleared.
Perfect. Down, down.
Down, down.
Left.
Left.
Up.
Up.
Just one up.
Time? Okay.
Left, left, left. Down. Left, left. 4 ups. 1, up, 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 up. Right. Down, down, down.
And I got an enigmatic of a near kind into the cube.
Special delivery.
Lo and behold. Piece of flesh. It's actually funny how we don't even use the whole ear.
I know, you just take like a little pimple off of it.
Yeah. So
The-
I'm at the chemical lab. Step 1. I have a code for you.
This is all very like when we were playing I almost said Underground Blossom, but that's not Untold, Rusty Lake Untold.
Yeah.
So
And
that reminded me of you guys going through the vents, and now you guys are making Jordan.
let's call it Jordan 2.0
Okay.
in Rusty Lake Untold, or I don't know, or maybe we invent guy. Like,
The hands will always be
Jerry.
Jordan now.
Yeah. Even outside the lab context.
Yeah, every time I play, when I see the hands now, I always think that they're Jordan.
Okay, agreed. So 3x to z 1y.
Alright. Alright, add liquids in the following order. Acid.
Acid.
Water.
Water.
And then hot coffee. Heat coffee.
Step 2, 1y, 3x to z.
What is the shape of your flesh?
I think it's round,
Round?
but it's
Okay.
not a perfect circle.
Water.
Water.
Regular water. Acid. Or coffee,
Acid.
coffee. Shoot.
Okay, back to square one. I'll try to recall. Was it acid, water, and hot coffee? Now it's triangular.
Triangular? Okay. It is, water, coffee, hot coffee.
Water, coffee, hot coffee. Okay, to Z1, X, 3Y.
Sorry, I misspoke on that one. Alright. Is it hairy, pimply, or smooth?
Smooth.
Hot acid, water, coffee.
Hot acid, water, coffee. Step 4, 1Y, 2X, 3Z.
1y, 2x, 3z.
Also, I think I like how Lesson calls the brothers Vanderbros. I'll adopt it too.
Can exist with the Vanderbros.
Well, they could exist separately.
Yeah, it's just two different games. I would guess the Vanderbros game is a bit bigger, so they're probably taking longer on it. Where if they do a theater game, it's probably pretty small. Just a little fun present. As opposed to like a big full premium game. It's just a guess though. Alright, what is your thing grown?
It's an eye.
An eye.
And I have they will do the anniversary game paid too. In the back of my mind.
Yeah. Sorry, I have the hiccups now. So, acid, water, hot water.
So now it's Jerry.
Oh, it's crawling away, right? If I remember. Yeah. Oh, hi, Dad. There he goes. Just gooing around.
Um,
Blech.
Now we have a weird homunculus. Homunculus. Bald, somewhat misshapen, and another 3 pointers for you.
Oh, yes, so I can peek in on his progress.
So the red one is 10.
10?
Mm-hmm. The black one is 5. And the
5?
white one is 2.
2. Hi, Spooky Dad. You getting some flesh? Hmm. Your foot's a little malformed.
At least, at least they aren't both left like case.
Alright, I've got... Here we go. Get... Oh, that's not where that goes.
Okay.
Let's go. Here we go. So...
And now I have a giant bee chasing the rat.
What? I haven't sent you my bee yet. Oh, I have. You're closed. I went to go check on him and he was gone.
Actually, I don't know how to think about it, but it's interesting how often we see some dangerous creatures that sometimes destroy the environment and kill other things.
Mm-hmm.
But the protagonists themselves are rarely in danger.
Yeah, yeah. It's always just kind of animals and bystanders.
Like Mr. Crow in the Mule.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
But
always pretty
sometimes
curious.
capitals are actually dangerous.
I'm always pretty
Yeah.
curious about his wife. Just Aldous just found somebody that he loved and married her, and it's nothing to do with anything else. I wonder how much she knew. What she was getting
Well,
into.
eventually, I think she knew quite a lot. Maybe not the details of Mr. Owl's plans, but the identity of her husband. I mean,
I mean,
as I
hopefully.
think about it, maybe it wasn't entirely intended, but it's it's actually nice how loyal Mr. Crow is to his wife.
Mm-hmm.
I believe they got together when she was much younger.
Yeah. I've always thought that that might be why Mr. Crow lets himself get older, because he wants to grow old with his wife. Because Jacob doesn't get old. So obviously, he's like, I don't know if he's just taking the potion more or what, but Jacob doesn't get all old like that.
I'm not sure. That depends on how you define old. Because well,
Well,
assuming that it's very debatable. As it turned out, I was pretty
yeah.
much surprised, but it's debatable. But uh, assuming that Mr. Owl is an older Jacob that got fatter and bald,
Yeah, he
uh,
did. He is.
we
Well,
can say that he became
maybe.
older.
Yeah. I guess it could just
Except
be different.
the
I guess it could just be a different art style thing. But I always felt like Aldous looks older, like seems older in like Mill and Cave than he does when he takes the potion. So I assumed that he let himself get older to get older with his wife, but it's also hard to tell just because the art style changed so much that it could just be that it looks different because it's a slightly different style of drawing of him. Because he's obviously not a young man when he takes the potion, so it's hard to tell.
Mm, technically, they redrew a bit both characters for the game where we see the human forms of both of them.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe it's not that much related to a design,
Yeah.
but I think as I try to recall, I think Mr. Owl actually looks pretty old, pretty rough, pretty rusty in the cave specifically,
Yeah. Yeah.
compared to his version in theater and I think actually every other appearance of him that can at least in comparison with theater, that is the closest by design, by the art style, because in Paradox, everything, every person, and every item was redesigned except for Harvey. Somehow
Yeah.
Harvey is the only constant.
Good old reliable Harvey.
Yeah, and the matches, Uh,
Alice's vice
and
president. Yeah,
then
Alduis is a fair bit older than his wife. Probably by like 100 years almost.
and then I was taken by surprise, but in the White Door, the very next game after Paradox, for some reason, Mr. Owl was redesigned again.
Yeah, he's just chilling
So
as
much
Jacob.
so, I even doubted him being actually Mr. Owl for the at first, because it took me a lot to convince. I didn't know all the evidence because, at least, for
Yeah.
example, in the ARG there was another confirmation hidden between the lines.
Yeah. The ARG was
His
hard.
quote in the manager section in team presentation.
Yeah.
And it was actually hidden in the HTML. It was hidden. It wasn't on the website directly. It was
Right.
commented out. But I didn't know about that. And before that, the only thing that could convince me is a video of Bob Rafferty making his voiceovers for The White Door.
Right.
He was heating up. Well, I watched some voice actors before, and I know that in order to enter the role, they need to heat up a bit to
Yeah.
recall some voice lines they learned by heart. For Bob Rafferty and Mr. Owl, it's his hotel introduction. So first he says, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Mr. Owl," and then he switches to the manager, reads his
Okay.
lines, which somehow in the game itself sound a bit differently. Maybe there was some
A different take, I guess, maybe.
not maybe not a take, but some
Manipulation.
maybe editing. Could you?
Yeah.
I think you could use the word editing here, sound editing,
Yeah. Sound editing.
because in the White Doors he somehow sounds much deeper.
Yes, yeah. He's very deep voice in the White Door. I mean, all of them, like Bob, the redesign, it took me a hot minute. Like, when I played the White Door, I didn't recognize Bob for a minute. Because he looks so different from theater. I didn't,
Yeah.
when we were first playing, I'm like, who am I? Who am I playing right now?
Yeah, a big Jack from Obi-Wan Kenobi and to not be from
Exactly.
world.
Yeah. And in like in theater, he's got like very dark, like almost red hair. And then in the White Door, he's got like light brown hair.
And his beard turned into a 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah. I'm like, who am I right now? and then I'm like, oh, I'm Bob. I'm the guy from theater. I look nothing like me. But
among all the redesigns, I actually don't mind Bob
yeah,
that much.
I I actually really like Bob's redesign. Once I realized who he was, I think he looks great, and I think he looks more distinct as well. Because I think in theater
Yeah.
he looks a bit like he looks very similar to just sort of a generic, or not theater. Yeah, theater. He looks kind of generic. Where Bob, like his redesign, like how we see him in Underground Blossom and that, it's very distinct. Like now you know Bob when you see him, and it's nice.
As I think about it, I can imagine a world where they capture the older design and it's still recognizable due to his iconic beard.
Yeah.
But maybe they didn't want another bearded character because they have already Dale. But
Yeah. I mean, even in my
I don't know.
YouTubes, I actually had somebody in my comments be like, I can't tell the difference between how Bob looks and what Dale looks, like in the theater version. Can you help me? Can you describe me the difference? And I was like, yeah, that's probably why they redesigned him.
Okay.
Because his hair was too dark and his beard was too big. So they gave him
Okay.
lighter hair.
I think you can put the valve on if you've got what you want.
Yep,
Or or am I
s-
supposed?
I slurped up some blood for you.
Ah, okay. Yeah. So I'm at the station.
Pictures, yes. Oh, this one's timed, yep.
I think we need to agree on the before we start.
Yeah. I remember the first time I played this, Pocket Cow and I took us a couple of tries because we're like, oh no, this goes faster than I thought it was gonna.
I failed miserably on this puzzle for my first playthrough.
We got it. It also helps that we've played it before, so we're a bit more familiar.
So maybe I'll go first because mine are more abstract.
Yeah, you've got symbols, right? You've got
Yeah.
like the
So
cross.
you already know the cross.
Yeah,
Then I'll call the who to win some time. I'll call it vertical line. I won't mention the dot.
okay, so that's the line with the dot on the left. Okay, so
Yeah,
cross,
vertical line.
vertical
Vertical
line,
line. The box from the white
box.
door
Okay, so box.
with this little T in the middle. The S, the T are no-brainers.
Yeah,
We've already got the crosshair,
crosshairs. Yeah,
the horizontal line by the same logic,
yeah, line with the
and
dot. Yeah.
by the logic of the window. Oh no, not the window, the box. It was the box, but many people call it a window. Well, a square with a vertical line, I call it the doors.
The doors. Okay. It's got
Yeah,
the box, the doors. Okay, so the box is the one with the T, like a table almost.
yeah.
And then the doors with the vertical line. Okay. And then mine are easy. I've got bird, bee, uh, deer, house, eye, heart, tree, and we'll call that one soul. Because it's a
Yeah,
man or a
yes,
soul, I'm not sure which.
that's what it is. I think you are the first to start.
Okay. Crosshairs.
Soul,
Cross.
the house,
Box. White box.
the bee,
Vertical line.
vertical line, the deer,
T.
the crow,
Horizontal line.
the eye,
Crosshairs.
the tree.
S.
Sorry?
S.
S. the heart.
Yeah.
Phew.
Oh, my box is leaking. Oh, my box peed itself.
And my ceiling is dripping.
Oh, now my
Yes,
now my
sexual
doll
loss.
is covered in blood. Gonna have to wash him.
Do that before to accuse you of a murder. So
I
now
think
I
if the
have a
police
completely.
I think if the police
Yeah, go on.
investigate the Vanderboom house, they're gonna have a lot of problems besides the blood on the table right now.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah, a man in a coffin with on his throat, on his throat, is very very interesting sight for them. So I've got Albert fully formed,
Perfect.
and I believe on the screen when he's finally alive, he'll have the scar on the wrong side
Oh, really? I never noticed
because
that.
it.
That's so funny.
Yeah, yeah. He'll basically turn to the other direction, and we still see his scar across his head. I believe, at least. I think I don't misremember it. So the pointers. The red one is 8.
Okay.
The middle one, the black one is 6,
6.
and the white one is 4.
4. Let's see. Hi, Dad. Oh.
And it's actually okay on your screen.
Yeah, because I see it from the other side.
At least they didn't fuck out this one.
Well, I'm trying to think. When his normal design, his scar is on his left side.
At least from our perspective.
No, from his perspective, I think. Right?
From his perspective, it's on the right.
Oh, hold on. I'm misremembering then. I'm gonna pull up a picture of.
I actually during the communication campaign for the Pass Within, there were several. I don't recall exactly, but there were several teasers. There were several screenshots, early screenshots in on Steam with some rougher designs. For example, a Rose's mask.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was. Yeah, I think after all it was a teaser, a screenshot they felt like posting. And there was the coffin. The flower next to it was different. It wasn't rose. Mm, maybe the candelabra was different, but I'm not sure. But the picture above the coffin, it was Albert, and the skull was on the wrong side of his head. And someone made a meme with Zuko from Avatar.
Oh.
Your costume of
Oh,
Zuko is pretty cool, but the skull is on the wrong side.
it is on his right side. I'm not very good at my lefts and rights. All right. What am I? Oh yeah, I have my hex key.
So now I'm looking at the cube, and now I have passing images. Carrot soul behind the candle. Ah,
Okay, I see. I'm looking for the candle.
yeah.
Here we go. Okay, so your boxes are top right and nothing in the
Right.
middle and then the bottom middle.
I have chess pieces.
Chess. Yep, here we go. Okay.
I think to overthink about this scene exactly because I see a corrupted soul moving a black piece of the corrupted soul,
Hmm.
and defeating the white piece of Albert with antlers.
Interesting. So it's, yeah, the soul is
Maybe
taking over Albert here, defeating him.
yeah.
Just symbolic.
Hmm.
All right, top left. And
Top
then in the
left.
middle one, it's the left and right, not the middle. And on the
Okay.
bottom, it's the right, far right.
I have the clock with running hands.
The clock. Okay. Top left, middle, bottom right. Or, not the, yeah, sorry. Middle
Yeah.
row, middle.
Okay, the rose.
Rows. No. So loud. Dad, stop being creepy and loud. Okay. Top middle.
Top
And
middle.
then in the middle row, it's left and middle. And nothing on the bottom.
Now he's convulsing. And now he's out. And yeah, he has a scar.
Whoa! He's running around being spooky on my screen.
And here he is, fully clothed. And damn, I love how Bob Rafferty voiced him. It's
Mm-hmm.
it's so characteristic,
Yeah.
so unique, and you can hear the tones of some, I don't know, mad genius
Yeah.
with his voice on a higher pitch.
Yeah, it suits him so well. The voice acting's really good for Albert.
And I'm recalling, for example, Cube Escape games and Paradise. Actually, everyone had the same voice
Yeah.
before,
The
and
voice acting.
except for Mr. Owl,
Yeah, the
obviously.
voice acting for all the characters in Paradise, they're not bad, except the grandma is so funny because it's so clearly like just like
Yeah.
a like a guy trying to do an old lady's voice, and it cracks me up every time I hear it.
I think the worst are the female characters up
Yeah.
until the White Door,
Yeah.
except for Mrs. Vandermeer, specifically in Birthday.
Yeah, she's the only one that sounds normal. The rest of them sound so silly, and it cracks me up.
So, it's you, my daughter. It seems much time has passed.
I mean, I don't know why you're surprised. You scheduled it. You knew how much
life.
time was gonna pass.
You have brought me back to life, but we are not finished yet. We are all trapped in the cubes we have created.
Indeed.
And basically, I think this is a primary argument for either cubes being just memories or cubes being the isolated worlds.
Yeah, you can argue it either way with his statement.
I personally, to fit the rest of evidence, go a bit further and say that the whole world is a trap, samsara-like in Buddhism. Like,
Yeah.
You're not supposed to be in samsara. You are better to be outside to reach nirvana, to reach enlightenment, to stop suffering altogether. We have to find a way out from the cubes we have created. Ah, no. Just look into my pocket. And here we have Rose playing with the voodoo doll hanging. the wood doll. And the code is 3XY21Z.
All right, I've got more story words, I think, for your blackboard.
Off I go.
When I open my eyes in the
Eyes again.
future,
Future.
I will wear a mask.
Mm-hmm.
I will show you the gems.
Gems.
Only then we can escape the cube we are trapped in.
And I have the key. Golden key. Yeah, and I'm opening
Oh, hi, B.
the crate of Albert's masks.
I'm saying hi to my B. Oh!
Give me a mask.
Oh man, I absorbed my B.
It's actually crazy that they wrote music themes for each mask.
For each mask. Oh, I love the mask themes.
They used it for just a few minutes.
Yeah.
Each.
It's a lot of work
or
for just one
each
scene.
Combined. For a few minutes combined.
It's a lot of work for one scene, but man, they're awesome. I love listening to them. I listen to them on the soundtrack a lot. I'm sad.
The White Mask sounds a lot like the main lab theme. Let's call it that. But yeah, it's very distinguishable with.
I'm sad that I destroyed my B.
I have another set of pointers for you.
Okay.
So the red one is at 11.
11.
The white one at 3, and the black one at 7.
7.
It's 7-11.
Hello, Rose. Hello, spooky dad with a white mask. Ah! Gasp dramatically in my ear, why don't you? Alright, time to voodoo this voodoo doll.
Now he's wearing the deer skull, and I have 3 rulers for you again, the vertical ones.
Okay. Hold on, I gotta put the white mask gem. Hey. Rulers.
Actually, if we hang on for a while and actually think about these masks and these gems and what they mean for the global plan of Albert, because it's worded as if the gems are a big deal plan, like they do something.
Yeah.
And they're somehow connected to the mask, it seems.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think of... It's not the same 3 gems from the beginning of Roots, is it?
No. They were blue, green, and red. I always call them RGB.
Yeah, they're RGB ones.
Recording. These are actually white, red, and it's called golden, but golden gem. It's oxymoron.
Yeah, I don't know where these gems. Oh, hi, buddy. I didn't see you back there for a second, Dad.
Yeah, and he will approach with each gem closer and closer.
Hey, hi. Just standing there being spooky, huh? Yeah, the gems are The gems are interesting because they show up again and again, but they never come from anything. Like, we don't see them come from, like in the Cube Escape game, The Lake, Laura uses, like, the green gem in the tree to, like, save her. Like, so they almost, the gems are like focuses of energy almost. But we don't, like, we never see where they come from or anything, or like we never see any of them get made or where they find them. They just sort of appear.
Yeah. Have always been there.
Yeah,
As
yeah.
if... Or I'm imagining Mr. Owl ordering a batch of gems for
Yes, can I get a bunch of gems
bulk
cut, please? I need to put them in dolls.
yeah, pretty much. But to cover basically every need in
Yeah.
the world.
Yeah, I gotta put them everywhere. Don't worry about it. These pre-cut gems. They're not like raw gemstones, they're pre-cut.
Yeah. So, the rulers with witches. The middle,
Okay.
the bottom, and the top.
Bottom, top. Oh, now I've got my red gem.
Think about it. What would...
Which mask is this? I'm
there
assuming
any emotional connotation behind the snow mask for Albert? Is it coldness, collectedness?
Yeah, almost his, like, calm, but not necessarily in a peaceful way. Just sort of in a, like you said, like in a cold way. A cold calm.
He's wearing it whenever he's in the lab.
Yep. When he has to do, like, meticulous and careful work, when he has to, like, enact his plans.
Except when he's teasing Frank. I believe, at least later on, he shows up with that mask again.
That's true. That said, well, when he's teasing Frank, he is in his lab, though.
Yeah. So but he's not acting cool.
Yeah. But he might have just been wearing it while he worked on, like, making the thing to birth Rose, or whatever. He was working on.
I think it's much later down the timeline when Rose.
Oh, that's right. Already... Yeah, Rose is already born.
14,
but in the same.
Or 13.
Yeah, the same lab though. So maybe he puts it on to... He wears that mask. Like, that mask represents almost his, like his thoughtfulness. Like, he wears it when he has to think, basically. Like, when he's working in his lab, when he's doing his alchemy or his experiments.
Also, it seems to be his go-to mask when it comes to some public appearances.
That's true, yeah.
Like the wedding photo.
Yeah, that's true, actually. He's wearing it in the wedding photo. And obviously, like, the deer mask, that one's, like, that's pretty clear. Like, that's his mask of power. He feels the most powerful in his deer mask. It's when he feels like his magic is strongest, his voodoo, the deer mask is very much a power play for him.
Now, as he's wearing it, I have the blood dripping from the ceiling. Maybe it's also aggression.
Yeah. Power, aggression. Yeah, definitely that kind of vibe. Oop. Dad's a little closer.
the music one. The music mask is the funniest.
Oh yeah, the yellow mask. The Phantom of the Opera mask.
Yeah, and it's on the right. It's on the wrong side.
Yeah, it doesn't. Well, I've always thought that's super cool and interesting to me. So like it's the opposite of the Phantom mask in that sense, right? So
Yeah.
like I'm blanking. What's the Phantom's name? Eric? I think Eric. He covers up his scars. He's ashamed of them, right? Albert is the opposite. He covers up his like regular human face and lets his aggressive, like his scarred side be the part that he shows, and covers up his kind of nice side.
Why the music though?
That's a good question.
Because Phantom of the Opera reference.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, maybe.
But now it's clearly associated with the music tightly. So they are as if they are inseparable right now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's another layer of reference. Now it's about roots. So the notes FGDC.
Oh, FG. So F G D C. Okay, I'm putting the last gem in. Don't be spooky. You're gonna be spooky. And a golden cube appears. Hey.
Yeah, and
don't you snatch that.
And again, it's an interesting equation because we have the golden cube.
Yeah.
We have the insect, whatever it represents.
Yeah.
We have 3 gems connected not only to 3 masks, but also to 3 substances of Albert.
Yeah. So
because,
it's interesting because this cube, it does, like, I believe you put a black cube in it, right? First, and then it gets turned into a gold cube?
But I'm not quite getting you.
Like, on the future side, when you put your cube into the device, it's a black cube, right? If I'm remembering right?
Yeah, it's it's basically the memory that Rose extracted in the lab.
But so we have a black cube that could be part of this equation, but there is no white cube. So it feels like the stuff with the gems and maybe the insect, the butterbee, he's somehow using his magic, his alchemy, to be like the placeholder for the white cube, for the pure memory, or the pure soul memory. Because I think it's because Albert's not capable of producing a white cube. I think he's a black cube soul only. He has no pureness in his heart. But I don't know how the gems and the butterbee would be able to replace a white cube like that. It's very, like, it's really bizarre.
I'm not seeing it that way because in the cave, the first time we've seen the golden cube, yeah, technically it used all 3 cubes to be created.
Yeah.
But as I argue from time to time, whenever this topic is evoked, actually, that it's not about the color of the cubes, but about their substance, about their content. Because as seen on the mural and in the book, that the cubes we pick up from Laura, from the cubes originally extracted from Laura that we pick up again, they contain memories of the elixir.
Yeah.
And I think that's the key to the golden cube, not the combination of all three cubes. Like you take the black one and the white one to seek for the elixir elements, and it's a bit a stretch, but I argue that you take the blue cube, the cube of time, to speed up the search of the right memory.
Okay, I see. It's just black and white in time. And in this and that's one of the ones where I do disagree with you on. Because I think that the reason why it's like, sorry, it's really hard to concentrate with Ghost Albert making ghost noises in my ear. I think that you can use, I think I've always interpreted that the gold cube is a combination of a white cube, a black cube, and time. But the reason why they had to get the ones they needed is because they specifically needed a gold cube with the elixir in it. Like, that's just what they were looking for. So if they just used any cubes, it wouldn't help them, because they're trying to get the elixir. Whereas
Okay,
Albert's...
so you take more generalist approach.
Yeah, it's more like if the recipe is, you know, vegetable plus spice plus, you know, heat, if you want it to be spicy, you have to use a spicy spice. But not everybody has to make it that way. So they specifically chose their ingredients so they could get the result they wanted. Because we've only seen 2 golden cubes be made. We see them make it so that they can have the the elixir, but Albert uses his black cube and then obviously time to an extent because he's doing it through time. He doesn't use a golden cube because he uses actual literal time. He just makes it wait a long time because he's using past and future.
I have actually, I think, to counter, because it's not at all solid. It's you do have to make a logical leap to make it work. But I have always seen the creation of the elixir by Mr. Owl via the Golden Cube and by Caroline as basically the same thing. So she has memories of the elixir, he has memories of elixir. Albeit Williams ones.
But that doesn't make a golden cube, though, right?
Yeah. Here, wait a bit.
Oh, sorry.
And in the book of Caroline, the result of her elixir fusion, let's call it that, is another cube. It's not explicitly golden, but I think it has to, if we connect the dots with the game. So both used memories, both got the cube, at least in theory, because Caroline's case is a bit, it deviates a bit from that.
Yeah, we don't get to see the full thing
theory
with Caroline.
again.
Yeah.
It deviates from her theory of the elixir creation a bit, because they are both dead, because they are both in the purgatory, etc. But if she was to make an elixir, I think she could contain it in a golden cube just like that.
Right.
Using only her black cubes.
Right. I think that makes more sense in the storytelling, but it's one of those things where unfortunately we have 2 examples of gold cubes and only one of them has to do with the elixir. So we kind of have to assume that they can exist outside of the elixir, because Albert doesn't have anything to do with the elixir. It's so Albert is making so much noise in my ear right now. He's just.
I think if you open up the menu, it will be quieter.
Shh, quiet, Albert. Nope.
No? Maybe at least when the loop ends.
I'm gonna click off screen for a second. There we go. Shush.
Don't forget to bring it back when we are about to finish.
Yeah. Sorry, he was making so much noise in my ear.
Yeah. I totally understand.
I don't know. I'm in a weird situation where I feel like I like your version better, but it doesn't make sense with what we know about the cubes now, because we only have 2 examples. Like, if we had 2 examples of the cubes working with the elixir and 1 example of them not, then we could say, oh, that's, he did something special, it's an exception. But we only have 2 examples, 1 yes, 1 no. So
if you really
it's not a pattern.
If you really want, I can bring up again a rationalization why Albert's cube is an elixir too.
Okay,
but
yeah.
It's speculative too, because
yeah, that's right.
We don't have any direct evidence, because but it's technically possible.
Yeah.
In 2 ways possible, because first, Albert supposedly had journals of William, thus he knew that's why he knew a lot about the lake and the cubes and etc. And that knowledge has to do with the elixir. And when he got the energy from the future, he just used it as, I don't know, as a container for his own memories about the elixir form got from the journals. Or the electrical surge caused by literally inside the computer, the sparkle is actually an electrical signal with the elixir memory encoded. And these memories were allegedly stored in the database because Rose works in basket memory.
Yeah. Okay.
So Albert takes these conditional zeros and ones and forms, using his corrupted soul magic, a cube from them.
Yeah. If that's either way, if that's the case, I would hope to see in the future some Albert interacting with the elixir in some way, because knowledge of the elixir can't be enough, because it has been passed down for like a few characters, and we know that understanding the elixir is special. It's not just enough to read about it in the book and know that it exists.
Basically, James was able to recreate the...
That's true. James...
Yeah, he paid for that.
That's true. He didn't understand. He just copied his uncle's notes.
But again, as I said, it's not canon per se. These are just theories.
Yeah, of course.
Based on speculations.
Yeah. That's the whole point.
I mean, some theories are better than that. I
Yeah.
have pretty high standards.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of there's different types of theories. You've got your sort of speculative ones where they're just kind of these are thoughts I have, and then there's ones where you're like, this is my actual interpretation based on a lot of evidence. But speculation is still important.
Okay, do we move on?
Yeah. I've got a
And the past, and the future.
the future and the past and the future. Top, middle, and then on the bottom, left and right.
Okay, I've got the cube. Albert have just, I don't know, eaten the mask because it's not there anymore.
Oh no! Albert! Well, he has been sleeping for a long time. I'm sure he's hungry.
Give me the cube. He's actually. I can hear his excitement about the past and the future and so on.
It is
There is a way out. To the lake where we both belong, my daughter.
Where we belong.
I like that when he's Albert, he's a bit more, like, slightly more affectionate. He says, where we both belong, my daughter. But when he's Spooky Ghost, he just says, we're the lake where we belong.
Yeah. If the three gems are found and the golden cube is revealed in the past,
Yep.
look closely into the cube I hold.
The future and the
So-
past and the future. It is the way.
Yes, I know.
Now he's. Now we have an ambiguous message in and out the lore.
Okay.
So he's saying both of you hold the middle of the cube for 10 seconds.
Okay.
Something like that. Let me recheck. Both of you press and hold the middle of the cube for 10 seconds at the same time.
Alright.
So, my interpretation of what is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
We, two roses, the future and the past versions of her, are going to enter the cubes at the same time.
Yes.
Like Dale did, and got synchronized with his past body. But, since the counterpart is also entering the cube, the respective cube, the consciousness gets funneled back, and it becomes the two-side cycle, like, I don't know, yin and yang,
Yeah.
rotating around cubes, until they and break the boundaries of the lake, or because they are, well, it's a chicken and the egg dilemma. The
Yeah.
reason for what? They got to the lake and merged together, or they merged together and broke, and that barrier to the lake.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely
Okay.
very like a feedback loop of soul.
Yeah, exactly. That's a nice metaphor.
Ghost Albert, you're so freaking loud.
So, I'm ready when you are.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, push. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yikes. Alright, here we go.
I've actually just noticed they remodeled the future room with
With the broken
the
stuff?
stool lying down.
Yeah. Woof.
And attention to details.
Makes me kind of dizzy. Oh good, there's a bee in my ear.
In mine too.
You've reached the end. Has the other person also reached the end? Yes.
Yep. The loop is broken. The gap is closed.
Time doesn't exist in the lake. The future and the past blend together.
You and the other person are this.
You both belong to the lake now.
Where your soul will blossom.
Hooray! And in the bee timeline, it is white blossoms. Hi, Harvey.
We both got him.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I really like
That
this
ending
game.
actually blew my mind at the time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That that and some other things made my made that game my second favorite after Paradox. Even Roots were beaten somehow.
Yeah. It's... I really love this game. I think it might be my second favorite as well. I think it might be Roots, Pass Within, Paradox for me, but they're all like really neck and neck, so I would have it. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I agree.
I love
I
the
wonder
symbolism
how,
in this game, and I love
I wonder how Dale's
community.
finale and the prequel about the Vanderboom brothers, the Vander Bros, will
the
change that.
Vanderbros. Yeah.
So you were saying?
Oh, just I love the community aspect of this one. Like the feeling of playing it with somebody else. I'm not usually much of a multiplayer game person. I usually prefer single player games. But it feels different in this one where you're not where you're relying on somebody, but in a way where like you can still it's still very accessible. Like the pacing is as slow or fast as you need it. You can be as like careful. But the fact that I don't get to know the information until you tell it to me, where it's an information sharing teamwork, feels really special. And it kind of brings the point of it almost feels like it drives home the point of the community at large, where this series, we all kind of work together to understand this series in general. Where that's why I like making theories and why I started posting them online, because it feels good to share that information. And this game just feels like a gamified version of that, of us sharing information. And it feels really nice.
Actually, they took it even further with the RNG. As
Exactly.
You can probably see,
Yeah.
I still have the 4 scrolls I've got.
I don't.
They're still the same symbols.
Hold on, I'm gonna switch so I can see your scrolls. I don't have any scrolls. Okay, I switched the scene, so now I can see your screen.
Yeah. So I have 4 scrolls, for each for a level, the past, the future, the chapter 1, the chapter 2, 4 in total. So there was a bunch of symbols we were to decode,
Mm-hmm.
or not decode, but to put together. So we had symbols with lines around them from either side, from several sides. I think I've got, yeah, I think I've got only the lines.
Yeah.
But there were also grids, 3x3, and there were
Unfortunately, I wasn't
yeah,
part of
and
the
there were
Discord yet.
squares. There were squares. A symbol equals either black or white square.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I wasn't part of the
And-
Discord yet, so I don't have the scrolls.
Yeah, you still can get them actually.
Oh, can I? Oh, cool. I should do that. I want to do that.
I
Look how
think
blank my screen is.
Well, I think you can do a separate stream for that to follow the documents of the hive mind.
That's a great idea. I'm definitely gonna do that.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe, I feel like you should first start with the white door one.
Well, I did the White Door one. I did an
okay.
ARG White Door stream and got all the extra cubes.
Okay. So you followed it from the start with the website with data mining, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Or you just entered the codes.
No. I tried to solve as much as I could by myself, but I followed the document for the stuff that I couldn't do, like going to the different places but I tried to use the website and data mine, like find the answers and follow the clues myself as much as I could. Just so I like following clues. And for stuff like where people went and got the cubes in locations, I used the document.
I've been following this specific cube. There was an entire separate chat room where I belonged to. I entered to, and I remember the story. It was actually in a bar, but they all city. They all agreed to come together. But there was one person who had beaten them to that.
Oh no!
Despite all the agreements.
Oh man.
At least they got the postcards.
Yeah. Man, that would be so cool. Hopefully, the next time there's a big ARG thing, because I've been a fan of this series for a long time, but just sort of by myself. I wasn't part of the community at large until very recently, where I started kind of joining the Discord a little bit. I'm a very I'm fairly shy, I guess, or private, so I just liked playing and making all my own theories by myself. And then when I was like, oh, I'm gonna put one online, and just accidentally stumbled into the Discord and all that, I'm like, whoa, there's a lot of stuff in here. There's a new...
I think it's the way to go.
Yeah.
While theorizing. First, you keep it to yourself. You isolate yourself. You try to come up with your own theories, and only then you compare and.
Yeah. Well, that's when I first started streaming this series quite a while ago, I always told my chat, I know that there's lots of stuff on the Wikipedia that I can look up who all these characters are and what they mean, but I want to start by writing it down myself and learning it. It'll help me remember, it'll help me learn better. If I'm I don't know who this guy is, I'll have to wait and learn and write it down and study it. And then when I made my timeline, I wrote it, I did the timeline from start to finish without looking anything up, and then after I was done, I looked at the Wikipedia, the generally accepted timeline, just to double check to see if I missed anything, because I didn't want to put anything online and misinform anybody. But, yeah, the timeline that I made I made it like from start to finish without looking up anybody's stuff, and then just checked for any big mistakes so I didn't misinform anybody. And it was more fun to do that. It's a new thing. The announcements. Oh yes, yeah, we talked about that one.
About it a bit. But I don't think there's much to say for now. But it could be maybe another stream idea
Mm-hmm.
to participate in that event, whatever it is. Maybe just I don't know. Maybe just a video. Maybe it's a mini ARG.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
what they mean by event.
Yeah, it could be anything. It's pretty vague. It might be a video, it might be... I hope it's an ARG, that'll be exciting.
Normally, ARG incorporates a game. Ah, yeah. They actually are doing a game, at least we want to believe. So it might be.
Yeah. I love their old-timey TV.
So what I'm saying, it could be a nice stream idea. So I don't know. We start with the tablet and finish with the game.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to stream on the 30th. If it's a game, then we'll play the game. If it's not a game, we'll just watch the event and talk about it and participate in it. I don't know what it's gonna be yet, so it's hard to plan.
Yeah. Yeah, and I had another suggestion. I believe you didn't play TikTok A Tale for Two.
No, I have not done that yet, no.
That was the game that inspired the co-op aspect of The Pass Within.
Okay.
It's a bit sad that it's not nearly as popular as The Pass Within. There's really hard to find a player on the Discord.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It actually reminds me... Yeah, I have it on my wish list here. From the last time you mentioned it. I'll pick that up. It reminds me also of, like, in a very different tone, but, Keep Talking and No One Explodes is
Yeah, but it was also mentioned in the inspiration list.
Yeah, is a similar kind of... You're not actually... Like, your games aren't actually connected, you just have to look at your own screen and convey information. But it's a more lighthearted, like... That one's just... Like a lighthearted... Like a party game, more. Hello, Kayleen. I'll have to pick this game up. There we go. I'll put it on my list right now. Add to cart. So I don't keep forgetting it.
So we replayed.
Yes.
Do you need footage for that one too? Considering it's a butterfly.
Yeah, I will definitely eventually need footage. I don't know how long you can go today.
Don't worry that much. I think, yeah, I have, yeah, my schedule flipped upside down, and I have very early shifts, but I think I'll manage.
Oh, yikes.
I'll sleep in the day afterwards.
Okay. So if you're good to keep going, yeah. And also, I think the second time around, we won't have as much stuff to say about the game because we'll have just talked about it.
Yeah, maybe about the differences.
Yeah. Okay. Why don't we take in between games here, take like 1 minute. Everybody go stretch your legs, grab a drink, and we will go to the bathroom or whatever, and we will come back with Butterfly. Does that sound good to everybody?
Sounds good.
Okay.
I'll go brew a
Oh,
tea.
not that button. Yeah, get some tea. Hello, I'm back.
I thought I was early.
No, I ended up just my partner was leaving for work just as I went downstairs to grab my tea, so I was saying goodbye real quick.
Okay.
All right.
I was thinking of hijacking your chat.
You're hijacking my chat?
Yeah.
Alright. Switched back to gameplay. Hey. Why aren't you picking up my screen all of a sudden? There we go, okay. Sometimes it takes OBS a second to realize it's awake. Yes, yes. I know the instructions.
I believe you can skip the instructions after you have beaten the game. At least I have that option.
Oh, I can't. Or I can't seem to. I am now the future. Yes. Do I trust the person in the past? Yes. Choose between the bee and the butterfly. Butterfly. Yes. Let's make some memories. Alright. I'm in my spooky room. I've got a Rorschach butterfly over here. Or Inkblot butterfly.
A honeybee, obviously.
Power up.
Actually, I only now have an opportunity to mention it. I really love the main theme of the past in chapter 1.
Hmm. Yes.
Especially the later parts when we have oh, I don't know how to call it, the piano solo.
Yes. I love playing
It's a bit sad.
Yeah, I'm very
melody.
melancholy. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the word.
Welcome to Cubicle Device 108F. This cubicle device holds a memory that contains a room of the person in the past. There she is.
Actually, I forgot to mention that too. I believe that the numbers cubical devices are in hexadecimal.
Okay. What is it? And I don't know the hexadecimal very well.
It's basically the numbers are shifted. You have several more digits. So you have A for 10, B for 11, C for 12, and up to 15.
Okay.
And zero, of course. So it can be like numbers like 20C, which can be translated. I can't make it
A shift
in my
cipher.
mind, but
okay.
It's not a shift. It's just accumulated differently. Like you get like 10 is actually 16. 10 equals 16 in
right. In the
hexadecimal, and the
hexadecimal.
further you go, the bigger is the shift.
All right. Go ahead and read me the letter. Or my date.
So if you find this letter no longer part of this world, although there is hope. Over the last couple of months, I have been working on a device to establish contact with a trustworthy person in the future. I think the person is trustworthy because this person have already contacted Albert. And the demo is probably one of the experiments they conducted together.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, for goodness sakes. 1 second, I gotta mute because I gotta yell for my cat.
So 1926.
1920.
As I think about it, it could be all Albert who invented the plan, or at least the majority of it, because even though he died, he somehow got to kidnap Rose, and he was probably consulting her too.
Yeah, I think it's definitely mostly Albert's plan. Even if he didn't know how to make it work, he was like, hey, here's what I know. Solve the rest.
Basically, learn how to make it work.
Yeah. This is your problem now. Alright, I've got squares for you. Okay, top row is middle and right. Middle row is left and right. And then bottom row is middle and right again.
Okay, I've got the matches. No, I'll leave the candle inside because I believe you've muted for the footage shot, just in case.
Woof.
The arrow to change view. Ah, I'll get the Grow achievement if you didn't.
Ah!
Some theories that Mr. Crow was overseeing them. And hence we see him in the reflection.
Maybe. I definitely think... Like, Mr. Crow definitely kept a closer eye on his family than... Like, Owl doesn't care, really, what's happening with them anymore once he got what he needed. Woo! I saw the outline of the bottle in the corner of my eye, and I thought it was like a shadow of a person. I was like, yikes! But
Yeah, the monkey brain.
yeah, I forgot to get the crow achievement when I play the other side, so I'm glad that you showed them. I mean, because I've already gotten it before. I do have all the achievements, but
I believe
on this
you've
playthrough.
taken the tarot card.
Yes, yeah, I got the tarot card.
Okay.
I've got 100% achievements on all the games. We did a big achievement hunt stream for all the games of the couple that I was missing.
So the pictures.
Yes, pictures.
The
Sorry.
crow.
Crow. Okay.
The butterfly.
Butterfly.
The tree.
Tree.
And the family.
And there we go. Alright, I've got symbols for you. Vertical line. T.
Yep. Yep.
S with a dot. And the Hanged
They
Man.
actually do sound a bit like Minecraft eating. So,
Oop, there's
the
my
dashes.
rat. Hi, buddy. I had a pet rat once. He was so sweet. It was a long time ago, though. I was a little kid at the time.
How
Alright.
do you call it?
They were brothers. I called them Scabbers from Harry Potter. My sister named that one. And the other one was Nicodemus from Secret of Nim.
The second one,
Okay.
the fourth one, and it's basically it.
Yep. Battery. And now you're getting smoke inhalation.
Mm-hmm.
1715. So 715, I think? No. 515. Yeah.
I've been using this season for my whole life.
I haven't. We rarely use it in North America, so the very few times it comes up, I have to like really stop and think about it.
Yeah.
Oh.
So now I'm looking for the mask.
And I've got a floppy disk. Oh wait, no, I have a photo slide.
I've been theorizing that Albert could possess Rose via the mask.
Through the
Before
mask?
the
Yeah,
game
that
came
could
out.
be. That might be why she did his bidding. It almost
But I stopped believing that after the game
Yeah.
actually came out, seeing them so close in the pictures, in the letters, etc.
They definitely seemed close when she was a kid. It's always interesting to me in Underground Blossom and actually in Untold as well, Untold the Lab. She says multiple times, she indicates lots of times that she is doing it for Laura. And I've always wondered like how she knows doing this is going to help. Like it seems like she stopped doing it to help her father so much and her priority kind of shifted. But I've always wondered how she knows doing this is going to help Laura. Because it doesn't seem like Albert cares about helping Laura. So I don't think he knows or cares that it's going to help her.
That depends on how much she knew about the Blossom and how it worked.
Yeah. Or, I don't know.
So the lens.
Lens, yes. Oh, here it is. Turn. Turn. There we go. Okay.
So the arrow is 8.
8. Okay.
The dot is 5,
5.
and the cross is 4.
4. Hello. I see your doors. Butterfly and tree is lit.
I think it's symbolic too, actually,
Mm-hmm.
because at least in Roots, the butterfly was sitting on a tree originally.
Yep. And butterflies often symbolize rebirth or transformation, since obviously you got the symbolism of Caterfly going into a cocoon and transforming into a butterfly, and in the context of Rusty Lake, trees are very much rebirth. We have trees being rebirth for Laura, and then Rose gets her blossom tree, which helps rebirth Laura again, helps her come back to life.
Yeah, it's actually funny how Rose became a true Vanderboom, if
Yeah.
you take her last name literally, only in the past within.
Yes, yeah.
Well, Laura was such from the get-go. So the dot is 2,
Dot is 2. Okay.
the arrow is 6,
6.
and the cross is 8.
8. Alright. Butterfly, mountain, mask, knife.
Then where do I begin?
Start with the dot.
The dot is 7. Yeah, 7.
7. Okay.
The cross is 3, and the arrow is 11.
7. I put it on 8 by accident. Butterfly, cube, knife.
Butterfly, cube, knife. Do you want the achievement to see Rose?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, then the cross is 6.
6.
The dot is 11, and the arrow is 1. Basically around 12.
Hi, Rose. Hi. Up. Hi, Mr. Rat. He's so cute.
So, the switches, or is it too early?
Yep, switches. I've got.
Down, down, up.
Down, down, up.
Up, down, up.
Up, down, up. A yellow floppy disk. In you go. Loading extraction program. Alright, I've got the plaque on Albert's coffin.
Yep.
So A-R-T.
A moment.
Oh, sorry.
I'm there.
So A-R-T on Albert. And
A-R-T.
N-B-M.
N-B-M.
I'm sitting on my feet again.
So,
My poor feet. I'm always doing that to my feet without thinking. And then my feet go numb and I'm like, oh no.
yeah, it's comfortable for in the beginning, but not for long.
Exactly.
In this image, Rose, the little is with a doll too, but now she seems happier than in the future.
Interesting. Well, this is the butterfly version. This is the innocence version of their soul. I wonder. I can't remember if
Maybe.
she's happy in the future of the butterfly. Well, I'll have to look.
I think she's not really.
She's still not. I can't remember either. We'll find out.
Well, it was me who.
Yeah, but you were in the B version. Like she might be unhappy in B.
I think it's.
Is it the same? Okay. I couldn't remember.
So, RVDB, Rose van der Boom.
Rose Vanderboom. I like how they did that because because Rose fits, right? But if you could just guess Rose, and they don't want they want you to. And it's the same thing. I think that's why they changed Ida as well, because Ida fits rather than just putting it Ida Vanderboom. Makes it so that at least the first time you're probably more likely to need your friend to tell you that answer. Alright, would you like to start with bone, flesh, or blood?
Whatever.
Okay, I think bone is first on the thing, so we'll do that first. Loading hatch. teeth sequence.
I'm ready.
Okay. Bottom, second from the right.
Top, second from the left.
Top, fourth from the left.
Top, fourth from the left. Bottom, third from the left too.
Bottom, fifth from the right.
Top, fourth from the right.
Top, second from the right.
Top, second from the right. Bottom, fifth from the left.
Top, fifth from the right.
And the secret one, bottom, second from the left.
Yay. Closed it.
And then flash.
Yes. X. Did they obtain the bone? Yes, they did. Flesh. Unlocking hatch. Doot, doot, doot. Hatch unlocked. Light all candles, get the book. You think you already did that. Alright. Okay. Tell me a
I
story.
once got a butterfly as a child. It was mine, but my sister stole it. Actually, it's not how it was presented in Roots. Technically, it seems like Albert was struggling to catch it, and then Emma just got it effortlessly. Or maybe not effortlessly, but in a smart way.
Yeah. But I
here,
guess when you're a child, from your point of view, he might feel like she stole it.
maybe, but here it looks different. Like in the photo, he's actually holding it.
Yeah. Also,
Maybe that's the. I'm not sure what to believe. As I think about it, I'd prefer to believe the photo in the past within, but as I think about it, photos were not a thing back in what was it? 1870, 1875?
well, they take that wedding photo. Is that anachronistic? Is that incorrect?
I think the wedding photo was actually about right. I guess at least because it was at least it was after the hotel.
Right, brand new technology. Also, I noticed in the picture, I don't think you can see it, but I'm realizing Emma must be like far away or something, because in the picture the way it looks like Emma's like much smaller than Albert, or like much younger, but obviously they're triplets, so they're the same age. So she must be standing farther away and sneaking up on him or something. Anyway, bottom right.
Ida, she left me with a broken heart.
Well, I mean,
what?
she was never into you, my dude.
Was it the same wording back when we played it the first time?
Yes, yeah, she left.
Okay.
That one's the same.
I'm imagining things.
I believe it's the same wording. Where did you think it was?
She broke my heart or something like that. But I remember it being more simple, but I can totally misremember that because.
Yeah. Now I'm doubting myself. It might have been slightly different. I think it was she left me with a broken heart.
Okay.
Because
I prefer to trust you because.
Because I was thinking that the wording is kind of funny and speaks to how like self-centered, I guess, Albert
how snobbish.
Yeah, because like the wording makes it sound like she left him, right? Or like she abandoned him or whatever. Like she didn't do anything to him. Like she was never with him, or like never showed any interest in him, or it was just all his delusion.
At least on screen, because behind the scenes there could be much more. For example, you have noticed how my previews are so artistic and nice. The artist who does that for me, she's also at least she used to write fanfiction about Roots specifically, and there Ida was mildly cheating Samuel with Albert.
That's fair. I don't think. I think I would be a bit surprised for that to be the case.
Well,
it's obviously possible, but I think
at least it was an interesting story bit.
Oh yeah, it would be definitely. We don't have any evidence one way or another, so it would be totally up to an individual's like gut feeling about it.
I think personally I prefer not to believe it yet, because if we keep it all to interpretation, things can go wild.
Yeah.
I prefer to go with
she seemed
false
pretty close to Samuel.
Otherwise.
But I also feel like if the developers wanted that to be part of the story, like wanted that to be true, they would have given us some hints, and they might have just made Rose, like made her be pregnant with Rose. But in order for him to get a daughter with her, he had to kind of steal her.
But on the other hand, did we have evidence about Rose and Albert being that close in Roots? I believe not.
I guess not. I always felt that they were at least somewhat close, because she clearly in Roots kind of takes after Dad in some senses, where she's very connected to the spiritual world, and she.
Or maybe she was taken after Ida.
That's true as well. Kind of a combination of both. Ida's
at least Rose was a wanted. At least Rose was the wanted child.
Yes, yeah. And she did rescue Frank, despite her father's wishes about that, I guess. It took her a long time to get him out, my goodness.
I believe that could be a piece of evidence against them being on good terms, but apparently, well, in a vacuum, before the past within.
Yeah. Maybe it's just a matter of they agreed on some things and didn't agree on other. Like they were kind of close, but they disagreed on things, I guess.
Yeah.
Top right for
Rose
Ida.
At least seems a better person.
Oh, absolutely. But Albert is an awful person. I understand why he ended up that way, but.
Okay, what's which square?
Top right for Ida.
The birth of my daughter Rose was the greatest achievement of my life.
There she is, bottom left. One of the few times you see Albert smiling.
I have been working on the cubicle device to establish a connection with the future.
Bottom right.
I know that when I lose the game of chess, my first life will end.
Top left.
Top left. My dark soul will live on into the future, waiting for resurrection.
Top right.
Top. Everything is in order.
Alright.
The scalpel looks rather rusty in the past.
Well, I guess she doesn't have to worry about giving a corpse tetanus. baby. Are you coming
So-
back for a visit?
I'm ready for the blood.
Okay. Enter. Did the person oh. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Blood. Opening hatch. Okay, I've got the code.
Mm-hmm. 3XZY21.
3XY21. There is a message behind the tree.
At least now we have left the crow in low. X2Y130Z. Why did it write it like that?
There is a message in your reflection.
YX31Z2.
And then look in the coal box.
XZY312.
Eat your hot soup and you will find a gift. I think they were just paintings of William, dimensional. And that's the thing about
This
a cartoon graphics is there's not really a graphical difference between a painting and a photo, where in real life you can obviously tell that it's not exactly perfect.
for some reason, specifically in the past within, the pictures, the photos, I don't know, maybe just I don't know how to call them, maybe pictures, yeah, that would be the right word because they have the same effect. The horizontal lines.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. I think they do that to kind of indicate that they're photos.
It's interesting how we've got an emerald instead of the ruby
Mm-hmm.
in this version. And there was a theory of mine during production communication. Again, the portrait.
Right.
There were in total 3 screenshots of that screen with the coffin and the photo.
Okay.
On the first one, the scar was in the wrong place. On the second one, however, Albert was looking sideways,
Oh, interesting.
as if the photo was planned to be live initially. I don't know. That's the idea I've got then. And I don't know, maybe it was scrapped, maybe it was another mistake. They do that, if not on purpose.
You got the blood in the
And
machine?
because of that, these horizontal lines actually reminded me of the mirror in Cube Escape Theater.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's true.
Aside from this, how do I call them? The splits between the glass,
Yeah, the
the mirror
glass.
segments. There were also wiggly TV distortion.
Yeah, yeah, it looked like TV in the mirror, almost.
So I thought there was something similar to that. Okay, I have this another letter. My dear daughter Rose, when you read this letter, you have activated the device I have been working on. When used in the right way, it can help the person in 1984. It is your task to transfer bone, flesh, and blood into the future to initiate the resurrection process. Your loving father, Alvin.
Thank you for the tape.
I wonder what was their reasoning behind the year of the past event.
Play.
Did they want to make a reference?
11:45. No. Hold on, I'm stupid. It's 1945, whatever that is.
7.
7, yes. I read it just as a regular 11, and then I looked back, I'm like, oh, that's a 9. What am I talking about?
It looks like neighbors having a party.
Now
In
the cubic device is a
cubicle
boombox.
With... Actually, and I was you wanting to... cubicle with thin walls. It's actually a cubicle device. Now it's back to normal. Okay, I have the chess pieces.
Sorry, I was busy dancing. Alright.
So the white one moved. I'll be waiting for your request, let's say.
Okay, I'm ready. I was distracted by dancing.
Okay, so the white one to F3.
Okay. Black to A5.
A3.
Black to D2.
C1.
I'm sad my music's gone. White to B2. Or black. Black to B2. Sorry. I don't know why I said white.
C6.
White to C6. Black to F6.
A6.
Check, apparently. I don't know how that's check compared to anything else, but...
I think they could
Hi,
take
Rat.
one another. They had an opportunity to take one another for a long time.
Yeah,
It was
no
more like a dance.
Alright. Eject the yellow floppy disk. Insert the red floppy disk. Now the spooky guy is waking up inside.
Yeah.
Place coins.
I'm ready to communicate the hints.
Here it is. Yep.
To the right.
All the way to the right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The second to the left.
Okay.
The second to the right.
Got a
Or
fuse.
from the right.
Have we ever played Portal? I have played Portal. Not with, now here. We're, we're fairly new friends.
So, I have the switches for you.
Switches, yeah. I was like, I don't remember what I'm looking for now.
Put the two rights down in the both rooms.
Perfect. Fuse. Have you ever played Portal now here?
Yeah. And almost every mod under the sun.
It's a good game.
I actually love Portal Stormy Smell. If you have played it.
I don't think I have played that one. I played 1 and 2.
Yeah, the classic.
Yeah.
I have the lens for you.
Lens. Okay.
The arrow is to the left.
Oh! The other two were just correct.
Yeah.
Hello,
Ah.
Rose. Hello, Spooky Dad.
Have
Ah!
you played Aperture Tag?
Aperture Tech. No, I haven't. I've seen it.
I think it's worth trying at least. It was pretty fresh.
It looked fun. It looked like a lot
Against
of fun.
once.
Alright. Ready for the power surge. 2110. Did you set the clock? Yes. Alright, let me know when your cube is ready.
Sometimes it seems they are using a French R.
Hmm.
R. For to voice to record the voice lines for the corrupted soul.
Yeah, the Corrupted Soul is... It's an interesting intonation style.
And not very consistent, I might say.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely more for style than consistency.
So I am ready.
Alright. Perfect. Both of you press and hold the up arrow. Ready? 1, 2, 3, start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There it goes. Ah, blind. Chapter 2. And now I am in 2D world.
Forgot how the blood is bubbling up.
Alright, I've got my
Quite nice
checklist.
attack attempts, I might say.
Alright, I've got a code for you.
I'm all ears.
Z1X 23Y.
So yeah, the code seems the same. Click through the left column and the right one too. All the way down. When you place the cube in C9.
When I place the cube in, here it is. Left and the right, you said? Yeah. Candle, chess. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Those images went fast. Alright. I have the lens for you.
Yep.
Black on 11. Red at 1. White at 3.
Hello.
Hello. I have grown
I'm
old.
ready for the music.
Hey. What's the station?
78.3.
78.3. AGAB.
One 114.3.
Disco. EDEC. EDEC.
ED.
Oh shoot!
No,
Sorry,
no,
I'm
no.
on the wrong channel.
21.
114. Sorry. I did 110.3. CDEG. CDEG.
And now it's 103.7.
Yeah, that was the one I just did. All right. EDEC.
89.1.
89.1. BAGA. BAGA.
I'm carefully capturing the Crapper soul crawling across the ceiling.
There he goes.
So, the tooth incoming,
Okay.
right, left, middle.
Right, left, middle. Okay.
Middle, left, right.
Middle, left, right. Hello, giant tooth. Alright. I got some chalk. Scribble. I got a new code for you.
Yeah.
X3Z 1Y2.
So, coffin, eyes, soul, cube, future, bone, flesh, blood. I think I've been expecting, and the order doesn't seem to matter.
Bonk. Magic hammer.
Yeah.
Smash.
Follow the butterfly.
Alright. Tooth all vacuumed up. There he goes. Skeleton acquired. Alright, I've got a new lens code for you.
A moment.
Are you playing catch with your butterfly?
How many laps is it going to make? Okay, it's gone.
Okay, red is at 6.
Red is at 6.
Yep. Black is at 4. White is at 1.
Okay, I see you.
Hello.
You Mongler. Okay. I have an
Oop.
not
Hi, rat.
driver. One day I've got a thought about the nut driver.
Hmm?
Does Rose having it in Underground Blossom mean that the past is actually part of that timeline? Because why
Right.
otherwise would she
Yeah.
have it?
Why show it, right?
Well, it could be just a reference to the past within, but does it mean something beyond that?
Um,
Because I don't really see how the past and the can of the same timeline.
yeah, I guess it just
Because
depends on whether it's the type of time travel that uh changes the timeline or whether it's the type of time travel that makes a new timeline.
it seems to me, well, it can be changes just changing it can't just change the timeline because otherwise Case 23 wouldn't be canon either.
Yeah, it
After right from the start, because technically Laura with the same mechanism have resurrected herself or prevented her death rather.
basically time travel is always confusing no matter what.
So there's a third option
Where is my coffee?
that
right.
somehow the timelines merge together, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure why.
I think that would be the version that I would lean towards because that's kind of the theme that they're referencing when they say like the past merged with it, that it's they are two separate timelines and he forced them to get merged together, and that's not usually how it works. But I don't know, that's just a complete shot in the dark.
Okay,
Coffee.
I've done a lot. I figured out the gearbox already, and I'm following the butterfly again until I catch it.
I made myself some coffee. And I need to go get
It's
some
weird
water
that
now.
you use some cubicle device ashes for that.
Yeah. I don't think that... I think calling it coffee is a bit generous. I made some sludge.
Okay, I'm ready for the sliders.
Okay. I don't remember where I get your... Hold on. No. No. Hmm. Is it on this?
I've just read the chat. Alessian, I don't really like the idea of timelines either. But you know what alternative I prefer, and you are not happy about.
I mean, I'm not... Time travel is here, whether we want it to be here or not. We just have to figure out how. I
You
don't...
are good
I'm
to
stuck.
turn the computer. Will.
Oh, the computer. Oh, I thought it turned. Oh,
Picking up the role of the cubicle device as
yeah.
the instruction dump.
I picked it, but I clicked it, but I guess I just missed or something because nothing happened, and I was like, I guess that's not it yet. All right. The first one is all the way bottom, and the second and third are both one from the top. So the second one from the top.
So right, left, left.
Right, left, left,
Up, right, down.
up, right, down. Doodaloo, doodaloo. All right. I've got a code for you. Y3X.
I'm ready. Y, 3X.
1Z, 1Z2. Couldn't read it
Don't worry
sideways for a
about it.
second.
Don't worry. So another maze.
Okay. I'm in the top left.
Naturally. So right, down.
Okay.
Right, right, right.
Right, right, right.
Down, 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 down.
Down, 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 down.
Left, up, up.
Left, up, up.
Left, left, down, down, left.
Left, left, down, down, left.
Up, up.
Up, up. Got number 1.
So now we go back 2 times down, 1 right, 1 time right.
Okay. Two down, 1 right. And then 2 up, right?
Yeah, 2 up and 2 right, 2 to the right and down to the border.
Down to the bottom? Okay.
And all the way to the right.
Okay. Got number 2.
From here, I think it will be faster to fail and start over.
Okay. Okay, I'm at the top again.
So right down and
Right.
3 times to the right.
Down. Right, right, right.
Up all the way to the right.
Up. All the way to the right.
Down, 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 left.
Down, 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 left.
And you go up until you find the
Got it.
destination.
A little digital recreation of an ear dropping in.
Ah, he's standing there. Menacingly.
Just being a spooky guy in the distance.
Yeah.
I think you. How do I confirm this now? Flesh. No. I don't have a new lens. Oh, there it is. Oh, wait, I need to. Oh, here's my scalpel. Ear pimple.
Have
Okay.
you played the Room series?
The Room? Yes. I
Mhm.
love that series. Yep.
Yeah, it was another source of inspiration.
Yeah. You can really.
them.
That makes sense. Alright, I have another code for you. 3x2.
A moment. 3x. 2.
Z1Y.
So the first step is acid, water, hot coffee.
Acid, water, hot coffee. Alright. 1y3 x2z.
What's the shape?
It's oval.
Okay, then water, coffee, acid. All cold.
Water, coffee, acid. Ugh. Okay. 2z1 x3y.
I screwed up.
2z1
Mhm.
x3y.
Hair, pimples, or smooth?
Pimples.
Hot acid, water, hot acid.
Hot acid. Water. Hot acid. Here. Oh, hold on. I need to give you a code. 1y2 x3z. An ear.
Here you say?
Yep.
Acid, water, hot acid.
Acid. Water. Hot acid. Ugh. And there he goes. He's off. Just creeping along.
It's actually funny how Albert is crawling around the shack, I'll call it that,
Yeah.
up. Uh, Up by the opposite wall from the perspective, from the immediate perspective of the player.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And when you turn around, he's not there. As if he he passed through the wall just above you.
He's so creepy creeping around in that room. Alright, I have a new lens code for you.
Okay.
Red is at 6.
I love Corrupted Albert in this game.
Oh, yeah. He's so... Oh, hold on. I gotta start it over. I lied. Red is at... 10.
Mm-hmm.
White is at 12. Black is at 7.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the flash is fine. I've got the valve.
Whoop. Hello, giant butterfly.
Not here. Ah, by the way, since you love the Portal series, have you played Superliminal?
Subliminal. No, I have not. Superliminal? Yeah.
You definitely should try it. It's incredible.
I've seen the very beginning of it, and then I stopped watching the Let's Play because I was like, I think I want to play this. This seems awesome.
Yeah.
By the way,
Hmm?
does anyone think it's weird that the butterfly eats this meat?
Actually, I don't. I have recently heard that any animal is conditional herbivore. I mean, no,
Traditional
any
carnivore, yeah.
carnivore. Okay. Okay, maybe. Okay, yeah, you're right. I guess. I suppose. I'm not sure. I may misremember. But yeah. So even the sheep occasionally eat cheeks they found in the ground.
Yeah, yeah. I guess it just feels extra weird from a butterfly. But I guess if they were big enough to do it, they could. But butterflies, moths are my favorite bug of all time. I love moths. And then spiders probably.
I have something to send to you in that case.
Alright, turn on. Butterflies are cool, but not quite as cool as moths. Moths are awesome. They have such cool different kinds of moths.
I've sent you a GIF in the chat.
Okay, I'll check it out after we're done our codes here. Alright. We got our symbols.
Yeah. I think for your comfort, you need to name your designations.
Yeah, so I think same as before, just cross, vertical line, box,
Okay.
S, T, crosshairs, horizontal line, doors.
Okay, that works. So I begin. Crosshair.
Soul.
Cross.
House.
Box.
Butterfly.
Vertical line.
Deer.
T.
Crow.
Horizontal line.
Eye.
Crosshair.
Tree.
S.
Heart. Yay!
I panicked for a bit because I misclicked
Oh no!
and it suddenly zoomed in on the console even further. So it was a bit. It was a bit
Jarring?
further.
Yeah.
It was. I was a bit from. My brain doesn't work anymore.
Blech. Alright.
I was a bit far away because I think the focal point was the lead
Oh, I see. Yeah.
originally, and then I zoomed in suddenly when I misclicked.
You're like, oh, I guess I'm over here now. Alright, have a new lens code for you?
Okay.
Black
Actually,
is
I can still see Albert through the lens, even if not zoomed in.
Oh, can you? Neat.
Yeah.
I never noticed that. I'll have to look more carefully at my footage. Black at 9.
Mm-hmm.
White at 5. Red at 3.
So we have Albert.
All his glory.
And I have the fax key. And I have a spyglass.
Alright. If you can look at the candles for me.
At the middle.
Okay.
The right and the middle.
Right
3 different lines.
in the middle. Oops, that's the left. Hold on. I'm stupid. Alright, there we go. Chess. Sometimes I mix up my lefts and my rights.
I'll focus on Albert going behind the coffin. And I'm back to chess.
Perfect.
The first one is empty.
Okay.
The second one is only the one to the left.
Okay.
And next is the middle and the right.
Middle right. Clock. Does Albert move after that one, or just the one time?
So in the first one, the first two,
Okay. In the middle?
and in the third one, the middle.
Oh, nothing in the middle row?
Nothing in the middle. Though.
Okay. The rows?
The first two in the first one,
Okay.
nothing in the middle either,
Okay.
and it goes sideways.
The two outsides?
The left and right.
Alright, Albert is convulsing. Whoa! He is broken out. And crawling through the broken glass, which doesn't seem very good for his brand new body.
And I caught him running across the room on camera.
Oh, perfect. Alright, here we go.
It's you, my daughter. It seems much time has passed.
Now I get to hear the good voice acting.
You have brought me back to life, but we are not finished yet.
You have brought me back to life, but we are not finished yet.
We are all trapped in the cubes we have created.
We are all trapped in the cubes we have created.
We have to find a way out.
We have to find a way out.
Look into my pocket.
Look in his pocket. Alright, there's a picture of Rose, and yeah, like you said, she's not nearly as happy this time. So I've got a new code for you. 3XY.
Mm-hmm.
21Z.
Eyes,
Oh, chalkboard.
future,
One sec. Eyes, future,
mask, mask, gems, cube.
And there it is. Golden key. Oop. Hey, Dad. Alright, I've got the masks.
Give me a mask.
Here. Snow mask. Alright, I've got a new lens code when you're ready. I think you're doing butterfly stuff right now, right?
Yeah. I've got the statuettes.
Perfect. Alright, I've got a lens code.
Actually, it's funny how the statuettes, all three statuettes represents the masks, even though the one to the left isn't obvious enough.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's just
If
a
you look
smooth blank
sideways,
mask.
you really see the edge of the mask
Mhm.
of the head.
You have to look really carefully. You have to know it's there.
So, the pointers.
Yes. White is at 11.
Mm-hmm.
Black is at 2. And red is at 4.
Okay. Why does he still sound like a corrupted soul?
I believe. Now here is doing some voodoo.
Yeah. I've heard this largest steps.
Alright, ready for the next mask?
Okay, I'm ready for the next one.
Alright, deer. Now it's all spooky and bloody and aggression. And red. Alright, levers. The first one is all the way at the bottom. The middle one is one from the bottom. And the last one is all the way at the top.
Why did they use a different sound for the red gem? Okay, the notes.
Sorry, I was just getting a screen, an image of each of the sides in the red color. All right, music mask. FGDC.
Okay, they're powered up.
Yes, we have been streaming for a while. Almost 5 hours now.
Wow. I have the cube.
Okay. Give me the code, please.
In the first, I think it's it. That's it. Yeah. Try the left and the right one in the first row,
Okay.
and completely feeling the second one.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. He's a very nice cat. His name is Percival. But I also just call him Bean. Alright, I'll give Dad the cube.
Give me the cube.
Here you go, Dad.
The past. In the future. The future in the past.
Past and the future in
A
the
cube.
past.
Inside a cube.
A cube inside a cube.
There is a way out.
There is a way out.
To the lake, where we both belong, my daughter.
To the lake, where we both belong, my daughter.
If the 3 gems are found, and the golden cube is revealed in the past,
It is, yes.
look closely into the cube I hold.
I will. Thank you, Dad. Alright. Hello, Sunshine.
Both of you, press and hold the middle of the cube for 10 seconds at the same time.
Alright, ready to press and hold for 10 seconds?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and here we goes. And it's zooming time.
And here we are. Again.
Back in the forest, but this time with a butterfly.
Personally, I had kind of the pink blossom.
The loop is broken. The gap is closed. Time doesn't exist in the lake. The future and the past blend together. You and the other person are the same. You both belong to the lake now, where your soul will blossom. And there they go. But this time the roses are pink. Well, not roses. The blossoms are pink. And there's Harvey.
Yay.
Hooray! Do you happen to know in Underground Blossom, sometimes you can get a bee and sometimes you can get a butterfly. Is there anything specific that causes that, or is it just random every time you start a game?
I've heard the theory that originally in the demo, it's whatever you ended up with in the past within. A theory. I haven't tested it. And in Underground Blossom, I don't know how it's peaked initially, but then it's
Then it's
alternates
the
between
opposite,
them.
yeah. Fair enough. I was just curious if there was any...
I think we should, or I personally should test it when I feel like it. Maybe when I make a deep dive 10 years from now. Considering my pace.
Eh. Good things are worth waiting for. I love your deep dives.
It took me 2 years or more to go back to Case 23 after seasons. And I'm thinking of remaking seasons because I'm not happy with the sound quality.
Hmm. Will you make the new ones first and then go back and make seasons, do you think?
I think, well, first I'll finish Case 23 and the Mill.
Right.
Then I'll do whatever is next. I'm not sure. I maybe make a poll. I'm thinking either Roots or Dale's Journey without details around them.
Right.
Mm,
Whatever inspires you.
A bit of hotel, maybe a bit of the cave.
Mm.
Not sure about Paradox though.
Yeah, Paradox
and
is...
the journey itself.
Yeah, Paradox is deep. It would need it definitely needs its own thing.
Yeah, it will have, or maybe Paradox has a third option from Dale's perspective. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But it relies heavily on other games.
Yes.
At least not
It's
heavily,
true.
but at least reference wise.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely ties into the other games very strongly. Paradox is another one that's very symbolic. Because of course, and I guess like some people when it first came out thought that it meant that Dale literally killed Laura, that was like the secret. But
including myself.
Yeah. But then with the context of more games, it seems like it's just symbolic. That she definitely killed herself, that he probably wasn't there.
To be frank, it started even before Paradox came out. It started with the cave with
Yeah.
A sequence of Laura literally holding the knife.
Yeah. And plus everything in Underground Blossom in particular, from her point of view, makes it pretty clear.
Yeah,
to me.
Underground Blossom sealed it even for me because I was coping with technically holding the knife, but maybe some corrupted Dale from the future was either harassing her or possessing.
Mm-hmm. But then, yeah, Underground
And
Blossom...
There was a lot of overthinking about the meaning of paradox, that one of them dies, the other stays alive. Maybe Dale gets truly corrupted after in case he dies. He's not happy about it, so he goes to kill Laura. Laura isn't happy about it. She helps to save herself. Dale
Yeah.
instead doesn't get his journey, doesn't get his traumas addressed, so he gets corrupted and goes to kill Laura, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, like a loop. But with the context of what we have now, it seems like either it's just symbolic, or it's representing like the part that hasn't happened yet, right? Because the thing that's upcoming, the Day of the Lake, it seems like that's going to be the moment where either Dale gets Mr. Owl's gift and Laura dies, or Laura does and Dale dies. That's the part where one will live and the other survive. It seems like maybe.
I'm so I used to think so. At least I used to think so more literally before Underground Blossom again, because I thought that the elixir was somehow made during Paradox, and depending on one of the secret endings, one of them dies and the other takes the elevator to continue the journey.
Yeah.
But apparently, no, not anymore, because, and somehow, what's more, somehow they both leave
Yeah, now they're
and they
both
both
taking the
take the
journey.
elevator.
Yeah.
And what was the green ending all about with how it was structured
Yeah.
is oh, it's causing lots of questions, because as far as I understand Paradox, the mechanism of Paradox, the architecture of Paradox, Dale's sacrifice, at least from Paradox point of view, should be final. So he dies, he doesn't reach the end, he doesn't restart the cycle, he doesn't return, and he doesn't kill Laura. And thus, the Paradox Cube is white, everything is good, Laura is alive, and Dale gets, well,
Mm-hmm.
I have recently a whole argument about that with my longtime adversary, let's call him.
You have your arch
He
rival?
was trying to make a case that the Green End is a mistake, and B, a lesson.
A
But the
lesson?
problem is, it's not presented like a mistake. The lake will be grateful if you do that.
Mm-hmm.
And the second, Dale he isn't even there to learn that lesson in the end, because Laura leaves even without him. He doesn't see that. Maybe he understands that, but he doesn't get to see it. So there, and
Yeah,
yet
there's
the
not much of a
simulation
lesson
still
there.
goes on.
Yeah.
And now Laura is alive somehow, despite Dale taking the elevator. And when I try to make sense of it, when I force sense into it, I am getting to think that both ending of Paradox are paradoxically canon.
Yes, yeah.
So there was, as if there was some timeline merging together within Dale's head, because I don't know, some
Which
the lake magic, the
would
lake
kind
time
of,
magic, specifically.
yeah. That could also parallel. That's interesting because that kind of the idea of the timelines merging being what saves Dale kind of parallels the timelines merging being how Albert's resurrected in Pass Within, which what we just did. And then the timelines merging of Seasons and Underground Blossom is what brings Laura back to life. So
Supposedly.
Yeah.
Supposedly, because we don't know Dale's point of view on
yeah,
seasons.
it's definitely like that part we're still kind of nebulous on. But for what we have information, what little we do know, so it does kind of seem like there could be a running theme of the the timelines merging, like the past and the future merging, being part of the key of life. Well, thank you, Chaos. Thanks for stopping in. Dimensional says, I think Dale both drinks the vials and gets the cube. Multiple Dales, so they do everything as one, and somehow results in only the good things. Dale going up in the elevator and Laura's revival. Yeah, so kind of a similar that it's multiple timelines.
Yeah, basically what I think right now. But
Yeah.
not so sure about seasons nor the past within, because by all means, I think that Rose should have not be there anymore after the ending. Not in the past, nor in the future. So they escape the cube, the cubes, or at least their minds did, their souls did, leaving supposedly leaving the bodies behind, leaving the bodies behind.
Right.
And nobody's left to finish William's plans. Nobody's there to create Laura and more so to raise her.
Yeah. Which is, I guess, the same thing with Paradox, right? Where though both of those timelines happening at the same time is a paradox, but somehow them merging is what creates the third thing, the third timeline. It kind of squishes the paradoxes together.
I'll think about it. That I think the only part that should merge, but I don't know how to make it so selective.
Yeah.
Is Albert's return, basically. That he needs to be corrupted in the original timeline, let's call it that, in order to kidnap Rose and make it possible.
Yeah.
But it looks more like a chronoclasm. It's a fancy term about time travel causing itself. Like, I believe there was a movie or a book about some historians in the future wanted to documentary about Vikings discovering America and time traveling to actually make them discover America. So
yeah, self-fulfilling prophecy time. Yeah.
Yeah. But for now, my head hurts thinking about that. I'd actually prefer Albert being resurrected in the past timeline and then somehow finding his way into the earlier version of the future timeline, or I don't know, a copy of the future timeline that wasn't changed yet.
Yeah, but it seems like he's not resurrected in the past, because
No. I mean, in the end, we have in the end of the past within, we have a living Albert in the future and still corrupted Albert in the past.
In the past, yeah.
And I'm theorizing that that corrupted Albert in the past somehow became the Albert in the future who gets to be resurrected.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think so too.
And my major evidence for that is again paradox because there, corrupted Dale sees every version of him,
Yeah.
including chapter 1 and even the movie.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, the only thing that hurts it all being in one timeline is Rose leaving to become a Blossom. But if, like, supposing she gets to stay and live her life and it's just supposing she gets to stay and continue her life, everything works out like everything makes sense. He gets turned into a corrupted soul. He kind of leaves and wanders around as a corrupted soul, then eventually comes back and takes her and makes her work on the cubic device so that she can do the future part. Like, all that makes sense. The only part that becomes confusing and that I have to try and figure out how to wrap my head around is Rose merging with herself to become the Blossom Tree.
Yeah.
Is what breaks things. Because the rest of it all
Yeah.
all works, but Rose leaving to become a tree is where it starts becoming confusing.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, maybe it will be helpful during my discussions about this topic. I've had the idea that maybe Rose became omnipresent across her whole timeline.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, becoming
Well, I can see
like Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah. Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see I would be able
Ooh,
I would be
alter-
able to accept the idea that the trees themselves, the trees specifically, that version of your soul exists across timelines. That, like, a human soul.
I mean, while still being a tree, living through her timeline.
Right. Because, like, a human soul experiences time, like, chronologically, but perhaps the forest soul, that part of you can experience, and maybe that's what they mean by, like, the forest and the lake, not the past not being past, not, like, and that's what they mean by, like, that part is kind of omnipresent in time. It doesn't necessarily have it chronologically, but your human soul does.
And there's another alternative closer to Rusty Lake,
Hmm.
the mythos of Rusty Lake. Assuming that Rose, being inside basically the lake,
Yep.
has access to her memories, to all the cubes, including the past and the future, and she can supposedly enter them and relieve them, to take control of her husk of a body
Mm.
that she's initially supposedly left.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically, while you're in the forest, or while you're part of the forest, you're kind of in all points of the timeline at the same time, almost.
Or anyone you consciously choose.
Yeah, you can choose to be at
enter,
any
like,
point.
you actually find the cube and you enter it like Dale did.
Yeah, exactly. But you can do it in whatever order you want. Like, there's no, like, you don't have to be linear about it. You can just kind of experience time however.
And furthermore, as far as I understood it, it's like full-on possession. So imagine that we have the past, we have Rose escaping into the lake, and she leaves her body behind. So I don't know, I see it as the link between the body and the consciousness is broken.
Right.
So she's effectively after that, I expect both Roses being effectively in coma.
Okay.
But let's imagine that after that, the
Like
Blossom
Blossom Rose.
deliberately returns to the past and retakes her body in coma.
And that would explain actually how Rose knows that doing this job for her father will help Laura.
Possibly.
Because she suddenly has so much more understanding. So if it's sort of Blossom Rose living as past Rose in order to make it to the point where her like to get her daughter to a child so that she's not just left alone, that it would explain why she knows that if I go now to help my father and doing this will help Laura. She somehow already knows that because she's Blossom Rose.
That's not necessary because I think she could understand the use of the blossom along the way while researching the theory of cube traveling of blossom. Well, while preparing Albert's plan, while
Yeah, but she
getting the
doesn't.
higher education, I suppose, while working at Best Kept Memory, etc.
Yeah, but she already. Like, she seems to know what's gonna happen to Laura.
At least she knows what's well. I'm not sure about that. I'm sure that she knows that Albert will come get her.
Yeah. But then
But
she. But then
I'm
she
not
knows
sure
that.
how willing is
Yeah.
she. Maybe she thinks it's a temporary thing. I don't know. Or uh,
But once Albert
maybe
comes
she
and gets
maybe
her.
she doesn't have a choice. Maybe Albert
Yeah.
didn't leave her a choice, and only then she discovered a way to help Laura, just in case.
Yeah, it could be just in case. It always did feel like, though, she has. Even if she doesn't know the whole thing, she has. She somehow senses or knows some of what is going to happen to her daughter. Because she holds on to that. Like, that's kind of her mantra in some ways, where she keeps kind of saying to herself, I'm doing this to help my daughter in the future. That somehow she knows she's going to be able to do this. And it's in not in like a vague, oh, I'm doing this for my daughter's future. It almost seems like she knows specifically how important it will be.
I don't see it. But maybe it's there. Maybe it's there at least. I don't know, behind the scenes.
Hmm.
But it's not apparent in Child Lane.
Yeah.
So far, it's. I don't want to leave her, but I might have to.
Yeah. But then once she does leave her, all the stuff she writes, like in her journal, she keeps writing over and over again, I do this for my daughter.
Yeah, that's for sure. But that could be a pretty recent revelation.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Well, would her
That
daughter.
she could
Would
have
Laura be
discovered
dead
some
by
new
then?
information about a new way to help Laura, and she doesn't even have to die for that because uh, I think Blossom could apply even if Laura was alive. My assumption, at least.
Dimensional says it is 1984 and Laura revives in 1981. So there is a non zero chance that they get to meet again. Considering we don't see future
Um,
Rose talking about Laura, it seems like something already happened.
Technically, I'd say that it's for Laura, 1981, that she resurrected.
Mm-hmm.
For Rose, well, no. It's like exactly like The Past Within. Rose from the past from 1926 and Rose from the future 1984 went to the lake where time does not exist and merged together to create a tree. And then, from whatever date Laura escapes from her cube, supposedly, there are two major versions. Either 1972, when she somehow gets resurrected in the white cube, either in 1981. As I call it in my video, Rose from 1926, Rose from 1984, and Laura from some year in between all meet together in one place in one time.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't have to be in chronological order from our point of view. They can just I see it more or less like the lake being a separate timeline where everyone could meet. If it makes sense for you.
Yeah.
As-
Well, as much sense as it can make, right?
And I have hard time formulating, paraphrasing it because I'm getting tired.
Fair enough. Actually, yeah, I should let you go and sleep. It's probably really late.
It's not that late, but I don't have much time either.
Yeah, you gotta work in the morning. So I really appreciate you streaming with me today. It was a long streaming for 5 hours.
Didn't expect it, but it was worth it.
Yeah, we had a lot to chat about and talk about in Pass Within. And hopefully, yeah, maybe we'll have to work together on another project sometime. The next time there's another.
I'll be glad.
Yeah,
My pleasure.
definitely have to try and get together whenever they do the next Untold.
Yeah, definitely.
But otherwise, thank you, and thank you, Sunshine, and Kiosk, and Dimensional, and everybody who's hanging out in the chat. And I will see you guys for more streams tomorrow, and I will see you around in the Discord, nowhere.
Yeah. Thanks again, and happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. And everybody make sure you look in the description. There's a link to Nowhere's channel. We were talking about some of his videos today that he does really good deep dives that are dramatic story summaries, I guess, in some ways, of the games. So they're a good way to if you don't want to play the whole game again, but you want to refresh yourself on the story, they're a really good way to just to refresh them.
It's a bit sad because initially they were meant to be really deep dives with one part as a recap and the other part as a really deep dive into the meat of theorizing. It just doesn't get to that with the newer games because it's not formed enough yet to make a deep dive, and I had to rely on the so-called early theories for the newer games. But as
Well,
soon
it'll get there.
as I get time, as soon as I finish with the games of this year,
Yes.
I'll go back to Case 23 and make a really deep dive into that. The script is already basically written.
Nice. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Have a good night, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye.